All right, well, the bot is busted. So there's that. All right. See if that works. Success. Hey, Elsaid. How are you doing? Alrighty. Well, the bot totally doesn't work at all, so we'll have to explore that. Says it's here, says it's active, does not seem to work. What I can do is I can just have my website up in case people do want access to the code. For the time tracker, just kind of have that running over here. All right, camera angle seems okay. Let's tweak it. Whoop. Just a bit. All right. What do we got here? 1206. Sweet. Well, what we are going to be doing is we're going to run through and build an entire SaaS application. Probably not all in one session, and depending on how many features and stuff we're going to add, it'll just kind of keep growing and growing and growing. But I wanted to do this in a way so people who want to follow along and kind of build right with me, then they can see all the steps that I'm taking and they can decide what they want to do, how they want to do it, stuff they want to change, and if there's just like specific things they want to know how to do, then they can kind of decide, like just jump in and kind of see how I do it there. Also, this gives me a great way just to sit down and write some code, which, I have been slow to do these past several days. And so I'm just really excited to kind of sit and build some stuff and kind of see how far we get. And people can ask questions. It's a live stream, obviously. So ask questions, give suggestions, jump in and be like, we should do it this way or could do it this way, or, pros and cons and all that jazz. So I'm going to just kind of start. And if there are segments I think that I'm going to cut into like videos, then maybe I'll give like a little intro and outro. But for the most part, we're just going to kind of jump in, build, and then I'll, cut and shred everything at the end. And so, yeah. Hey, Fuji-san. Fuji-san. Don't think I said the F there. How are you doing? Yeah, worries. Rip commands. So, all that being said, I guess I'll record maybe and see what happens. All right, so today we are going to go through and we're going to start building our Time Tracker SaaS app. And what we're going to do is from start, we're just going to build it. And the idea here is, for example, me as a freelancer, I do freelance development, and some of my clients, I have to track the time and I use that time to build them. Other times, I just like to know how much time I'm kind of spending doing a certain activity. And certain agencies only bill hourly, right? So they need all of their clients to kind of keep track of all the hourlies. I think hourly billing personally is the worst way to do billing. So if you're doing freelance development, I would recommend not doing that. But sometimes there's just no escaping it, or you just want to track sort of what you're doing. So for me, personally, actually, let me jump into the coding view here. I use a web app called Toggl to do my time tracking right now. And so it's this purpley sort of application. Let me make it a little bigger. And it has a sidebar for all of its sort of stuff. It asks like what you're working on. You can have tags associated with it for various things. You can have your filters. You can just like type in what you're working up here and then hit run, and it starts the time entry. And then it kind of has this calendar view below where it's going to keep track of like, you know, things in a nice calendar oriented way, like Google Calendar or your phone calendar. This is kind of like extra. You don't really need this. Other time tracking apps don't really do so much of this calendar view, but I think Toggl does it nicely. And so besides time tracking, like what you're doing and how long it took you, which is basically start, stop up here, you have the importance of reports, right? And so this is something that you're going to hourly, weekly, daily, monthly, quarterly, say like, okay, how much time did I spend on this project? And so you're going to do that for billing potentially, or you're going to do that just to kind of know what you did. Some people can take this to the extreme, right? You can like track every little thing that you're doing, but I don't think that's necessary. Kind of like Toggl saying you can track billable and unbillable time. For me, I really just use this for tracking my projects as they're going to be like, okay, am I spending enough time on it? Am I getting done the things I need to get done? It's not like your task manager. It's really just about time tracking. And like that's like 80% of Toggl, of like building out this entire SaaS app, right? So like, yes, you have, you know, your profile and like settings, and you can have like your organization, which is just me, of course. And there's subscription levels and stuff. But like when we talk about like the core of your SaaS application, it's tracking what you're doing and how long it took, and then being able to look at the reports and understand where your time was spent, right? And everything else is just like a little bit of management. You have like, okay, projects, which is just like the name of the project and a client. So you have clients, which literally, if you look at this, is like, boop, edit, delete, like that's it. Like it's like, this is barely a page in the application, right? You can have billable rates if you pay money, blah, blah. You could have a team if you're running a team, stuff like that. But like, that's less important than just the core part of the application, which is tracking time. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and build something similar. And the goal is going to be, I stop using Toggl and I start using this SaaS app that we as a group have made, and we get there as quickly as possible. And so the goal is I don't need to use Toggl ever again. Not that I pay for Toggl, not that Toggl is bad. In fact, I think it does very well what it needs to do, and we're going to borrow some features from it. But this is what, you know, kind of software engineering is all about. And it's a great place to start because the application itself is relatively straightforward, and it's going to be a great place to kind of do a lot of this perfunctory other stuff, right? That we'll get to spend a little bit of time doing while we nail the core of the application down. So that being said, the only thing I have set up so far is the repo. And this will link to the repo if people want to check it out for code, or you can just like look at the live stream and grab it. But in terms of like the repo, right, here's me on GitHub. We're gonna see how much stuff like all I've done is create this time tracker repo. That's the only thing so far that we have actually done at all. I just wanted to make it so I could link to it ahead of time, so people could get it. But there's no commits, obviously, nothing here. It is bare minimum. So we're gonna run through and just build the entire SaaS app, and we're gonna see how far we get today. We're going to see how far we get on Thursday, and then we're just gonna kind of keep pushing this forwards until we get bored with it. And then I'm gonna look for ideas from all of you to be like, what are we gonna build next? So let me know if you need like fonts bigger or whatever. I'm still playing with some of the font sizes for kind of what we have. That's what we're building. I think the context is important. And what we'll do is we'll add some of those features into the README once we get started. So once you're like, okay, I know what to build, right? That's like the first thing you have to make sure you understand how to do. Then what comes next is building out the basic structure of the project so you can start pushing code and getting that end-to-end set up as quickly as possible. I like from the very beginning to have the project set up end-to-end, so you're constantly pushing to production. And you should never ever be, hey Raj, what's up, man? You should never ever be in a situation, right, where you have stuff built up locally, lots and lots of stuff locally that you haven't pushed to production, because then you're doing big bang pushes and you're pushing a lot of stuff out at first. And when you avoid that and you push incrementally, you're going to end up being able to move faster, and guaranteed you're going to have bugs in prod, right? You're going to push code's going to break, the build's going to break, something's going to break. This happens all the time. The sooner you find out about that, the better you're going to be. So we're going to go to documents, content, time tracker SaaS. This is our thing. We're going to do a new TMUX session. We'll call it time tracker. And I don't know what just happened over there, but hopefully my stream didn't just totally die or anything. It says it's live. Excellent connection. And now we're going to make a new directory, and we're going to do code, and we're going to go npx create next app. So we're just going to name it code. Actually, it'll ask me for the name here. That didn't work at all. Create next app. Here we go. Code. We'll do time tracker actually. Yes, TypeScript. Yes, ESLint. Yes, Tailwind. No source directory. App router. Doing this all in the app router. And we're not going to customize the default alias. And we're going to go from there. All right. Hey, thanks, Kurt. No problem. Yesterday I was just testing stuff, so today we're actually getting into it. CD time tracker, code insiders. Here we go. Give me my inside Visual Studio. Yes, I trust these authors. All right. So we have our time tracker application. It's been set up. And the next thing I really want to do is we're going to do just dev, right? So the first thing I like to do is we're just going to start immediately being like, does this work? And this is good no matter what project you're doing, because you always want to make sure like whatever you just set up is actually doing what you think it is. So we're going to inspect this, make this a little bigger. What are we at? Zoom 200. It's probably something right around there, right? So we can zoom this a little bit too. So here, let me know if my face is in the way, I can hide it and whatever. We have everything working end to end. We tested it, great, cool. This is working. We assume it's going to work considering we just frickin' got it going. And so now I'm just gonna jump into the README and I'm gonna delete everything. We're gonna call it Time Tracker SaaS, and I'm just gonna write down the features, which I think are important here. And so this kind of gives us, built into our entire thing, what we're looking for in terms of like, okay, cool, are we keeping ourselves accountable? And actually like building the thing that we set out to build. And so critically, we're going to have time tracking by activity. We're going to have, let's see, clients, because I have clients. We're going to have projects with those clients, and we're going to have start time. I guess that's kind of all in the activity sort of thing. And then we'll do reports. That's important. And we're also going to have authentication, and then maybe teams. Yeah, if we get there, if we want to. Got something on my eye. We'll maybe do some team sort of stuff at the end, and then I guess obviously billing, which is a big thing people like to see, right? End to end. We can sign up if there's a pro subscription, which I don't even know what we would do here, but if there's a pro subscription, have billing for it, and good to go. So cd into the time tracker thing, get status, add it, git commit. Let's just do chore, update, readme. Great. So now I can go over and we can add our git branch, right? Push it. Again, we're doing this as quickly as possible, getting to a point where we can actually have this live in production. So now if you check out the repo, we have our very first thing. We can keep track of our features here, which is awesome. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump into Vercel, if it loads. Thanks, Vercel. Are they having problems? What's up? Hey man, next-auth tutorial helped me a lot. Extended it with role-based authorization. Raj, that is awesome. Do you have like that code available or anything? Or you just like built it into your application? Roles are very key for like teams, right? What is happening? All systems operational, Vercel. Refresh. Refresh. Turn off ad block. Refresh. Turn on ad block. Refresh. Okay, well, it's going swimmingly. Vercel is just dead. All right, moving on. We'll get back to that when it comes back. So we have our setup, we have the project, we created the project. We need to wait for Vercel to come back alive, which perfect timing for them to be down. So now let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our data model and figuring out what we need to do there. So what I like to do pulling this up, Vercel works on me. It's not working on me. Maybe I'll try logging out, logging in. I actually don't even have a log out button in Vercel right now. I guess I could try doing it in another browser. But we'll get back to that in a second. I've never had them break quite like that. Let me just delete all my cookies and try again, I guess. Kick me out with a login page. Did Google change this? It's crazy. Refresh. No, it's dead. All right. When working on the data model, for your SaaS application, there are a couple of things that are going to be very standard, and then you're going to have your data model that you do things a little differently with. So one thing you're going to have, right, is you're going to have your tenants. And this is going to be, you can call this organization or org or accounts or anything kind of like that. But this is going to be, this is, you know, your core way to separate out the data. And the tenant is going to have a tenant ID, and we're going to use that across all of our models to make sure when we're accessing data, right, we're only accessing it in the right place. And so within a tenant, what we're going to have is we're going to have our users. And so a user will belong to a tenant. And that's, then we can optionally add in teams here at one point in the future as well. And so if we had teams, there's going to be something like a teams definition, right? And this is going to also belong to a tenant. And then there's probably something like a users teams join table here in the middle. And that would say like what goes what. We're not going to do that to start. So I'll just kind of like make these little outlines, right? And so this is how you could easily add in teams later, but this doesn't change this core relationship right now where you have user and a tenant. And so this is where we're going to start. And so then what we're going to have as like a core piece of functionality, right, is we're going to have an activity. And an activity is the thing that's going to have basically like what it was, some sort of name, and then the start time and the end time. And you'll be able to like add these live, in which case there won't be an end time yet, or you'll be able to add them after the fact and you define all of those things at once. And so an activity is going to belong to tenants, and then it's also most likely going to belong to a user here. And so this way you can easily say like, give me all the things that have been done in this account for reporting purposes. And then you can also very easily break them down by user. You could get tenants through the user, but since we're probably going to be pulling all activities for reporting purposes, I think it's going to make sense to give it a tenant ID and associate it with the tenant too. And then we're going to have some extra things. Let's call it clients. Let's call them projects, and let's call them tags. And these are kind of like little separate optional things that we're going to be able to have. And each of these will also belong to a tenant. So you can easily just like refer them. And then an activity can have some number of tags. An activity can belong to a project, and an activity can belong to a client. And so now when we do our reporting, we'll be able to kind of slice and dice this in any way we want, right? We'll be able to say, give me all things done by a user, give them to me in certain time frames, and then give them to me by tag, give me activities by project, give me activities by client, and, you know, and them together, join them together, or whatever. But this is kind of how I see this working. Any questions on the data model? Oh, Vercel is back for me. So while we were doing that, Vercel came back alive. Thanks, Vercel. And we're going to add a new project. Ethan Mick, Time Tracker, import, next.js, root, everything is good here. Click deploy. So 3 button clicks, we get our project from GitHub into here. And this should deploy no problem because we haven't done any changes, and then we'll be live. And so then at that point, what we can do is I will share the URL with all of you, and you can follow along live as we're kind of building this and playing around with it. And then you can all find the bugs and then tell me about them, and then I can fix them, and it's going to be great. And by great, I mean stressful as this deploys. Raj, Ethan, make a tutorial on rate limiting for an API. Ooh. And how we connect you on social media. Yeah, I should really have like social media commands, but I don't because my bot isn't working. But you can follow me on Twitter here if you want to follow me on Twitter. And currently that's like the best way if you just want to like fire things off to me and I can, chat. I'm happy to DM people, happy to talk with people. I don't have Discord yet, but we will get there one day. All right, congratulations. We have deployed our application, Time Tracker. This is not the first Time Tracker, so we are Time Tracker Lilac, and we're live. So I will dump this into the chat. And this is our application that we have built. So I, again, love doing everything end to end as quickly as possible, right? So we've built our project, we created the repo, we've got it deploying. So now every time we push, we're going to be deploying to Vercel. And so most of the time when you're doing local development, right, you're just focusing on doing like next dev, and that doesn't do the full production build every time for speed reasons. And so by pushing frequently, we're gonna get the automatic type checking and the build process and everything, but we don't need to worry about doing it locally. We'll just, get angry emails from Vercel whenever anything breaks. So we are good there. So now we have our project, and this is our data model. And so I'm just gonna move this off to the side here. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and get Prisma going. So we're actually gonna close this for right now. And we're going to install, so we have to install the Prisma client. And then we have to npm install Prisma itself as a dev package. And then we can run Prisma init. All right. So Prisma schema was created. You can now open it. Congratulations. We added the database URL. We need to make sure that is set up, and we will configure Vercel with all of that shortly. We're going to use Postgres, and then we can do all the generation of the client. So let's go ahead and jump back into code. Prisma. Alrighty. This should be different color, but whatever. So the database URL is going to be mostly fine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run this locally. So it's gonna be the Postgres user at localhost, and we'll call it the Time Tracker DB. Schema public is fine. And so now we'll run Docker Postgres here. And so this should work. So now when we build our schema, we will be able to connect to the database. So let's go ahead and add this right now. We commit feature, add Prisma, capitalize P. Okay, we'll push that. And now we can start building out our Prisma model here. So we're going to have a tenant in our user as our core thing. So model tenant to start with. And this is decent. It has, Copilot decided the ID will be a UUID, which is fine. You can also have it be a serial, right? And basically that's just a auto incrementing integer, or big serial if you're expecting lots of data. What I want to do here is actually something that I talk about in my newsletter at one point. And it's slightly different. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And the idea is that instead of having it be an ID, we're going to generate a random ID, and we're going to use this instead as a string. So it basically makes an ID like this, except we'll use like tenant and stuff. And so first of all, it's much more copy and paste friendly, which you would not think is a big deal, but oh my God, it is so frustrating having to copy things with dashes in them. It's so annoying that GitHub actually like made a UI around it. And it does turn it into a string as opposed to a ID, but I think it's worth it. It looks like this. Instead of user, we'll do tenant, right? And so now we're gonna have, basically we're gonna have UUIDs as our ID, but we're also gonna have a prefix for each type. So if you're just looking at an ID in the logs, you automatically know what type of object it is. And I think that is just a very, very small, nifty feature to have. And it's not that big a cost. So we'll show you what that looks like in a second. And then model user. Here we're going to have our user. We'll see if it gives me what I want. Perfect. So user, Copilot figured that out, which is awesome. And we're not, well, I guess we'll have an email, but we'll talk about that in a second. I like putting these things second, and they created that updated at last. A user can have a name, that's fine, and it can have a tenant ID. And now we'll match it to this, except instead of being user, we want this to be users. And so we'll kind of tie all that together. So now a user has a tenant, and they have their tenant ID, which is the foreign key. Perfect. So now, going back to our data model, right? We got our tenants, we got our users. The most important thing next is to have activities. And activities are what we're going to record, and they're going to have a name, they're going to have a start time, they're going to have an end time, and I think everything else is basically just going to be right? They have a name, they have tags, all this is just associated data, right? A building rate, we'll add that ourselves. This is the start, this is like the duration, which I guess the duration can just be calculated from the start time and end time. Maybe we'll need to change that, but I think it's better to calculate that than it is to have a duration as well, because then you have to keep those in sync, and we don't want to do that. We just want to calculate it. So like the start and stop, and this is just a calendar UI. Okay, so I think that's just going to be it. So nothing that complicated there. And then clients, projects, tags, we'll add that later, I think. We'll come back to it, but it's not a part of our core flow, right? Being the ability to log in, create our account, make an activity, track time. Like that's what we're striving for as quickly as possible in production. So let's do model activity, and this will autocomplete a bunch for us. So it's an activity, that's fine. It has a name. It does belong to a tenant. This is correct. It's going to change this up here. We want this to be activities. It also is going to have a user, right? And so user ID, it's not going to be optional, it's going to be required. So now a user also, has activities, pluralize that. And we have created and updated that. That's fine for kind of just keeping track when these things have been mutated. But then we have start at, and then I guess we'll do end at as opposed to ends at, right? End at, ends at. I don't think there's a big difference there. These are not required. The start time, can you have an activity without a start time? I don't think so. I think an activity to be added, you need to have you don't need a name. The name can be optional. You can add a name later. But if you're going to say I'm doing something, I think it has to have a start time. And then if it has no end time, it's a currently running activity. And if it does have an end time, it's a historical activity, right? And then if you adjust like the duration, you're basically adjusting the end time. So I think this is how we want to do it with the tenant and the user, and that should be good. All right, so now we can initialize this. We have our Postgres database running. We can do Prisma, create a migration. We'll do migrate dev. Okay, it's been done. Your database has been synced. If you go over here, we got some write statements. So that should be good. Git status. So now we have our migrations. So we can do feature basic Prisma schema. What's going to happen now is every time we push, right, we need to run Prisma generate, because Vercel is going to poll, it's going to want to deploy, and it needs to rebuild the schema. So I think Prisma generate here is going to be the best place to do it. And so now if we do pnpm build, it should do both, right? Generates. You can also do this as a post install hook, but some people don't automatically run post install hooks, right? So like you'd install the dependencies and then you would build the Prisma client. So adding it to the build here is a little safer. We could also just do this as and maybe this is slightly better. We can also do it as a setting in Vercel general, right? So the build command is just next build, but we could override that, right, and have it generate the client each time, and then we wouldn't do it locally. But I think doing it locally is okay too, right? For someone who polls this project, they're going to pull it. But once they pull it, maybe it's better as a post install hook. We'll deal with that in a second. So add Prisma generate to build command, right? Push both of these. So now Vercel should go ahead and pull this correctly and build it correctly. And so again, we're testing the full deployment process every time we kind of do this. So that's Prisma, which has now been added with our basic schema here. We have it running locally. So we're going to want to test this with Vercel and our production environment, right? I think I'm going to use Vercel's Postgres. Even though I'm not super impressed with their limits, I don't think our little time tracker app is going to be breaking the bank. And there is a free tier for their Postgres usage. So I think we'll add that and give that a try, which means we can now go ahead and jump into building this. Now, the tricky thing with SaaS is that when you build a SaaS application, you generally can't jump straight to just like building the core nugget. Well, you can, but you have to associate that with the user, right? You always have to have a user object. And then you have to associate the user with your tenant. So you have to make sure all that is done. So we can either seed the database with that information. We can create a tenant and we can create a user, and then we can start building the core flow. But you're going to want to have authentication associated with that pretty quickly. So when you're giving it to test users, they can log in production and test it out. So because authentication is pretty straightforward to set up, I don't really think it's worth it to run through and like do all the seeding work right now, as opposed to just doing next authentication. We'll use next-auth and adding the authentication, and then we get like be able to test the creation of our users, test the creation of our tenants, and go ahead and do all that locally and in production. So, all that being said, we are going to now install next.auth. So you can do these sorts of feature chunks in branches, and that's probably the better thing to do. I'm just gonna do it all in main instead of like making a new branch for these and merging it in, because right now we're just moving so quickly. The extra overhead is not great, but if you're on a team or anything, or you are gonna spend more time doing any one of these like features, I would recommend doing this in a branch. But we're going to install next.auth. And that's going to be our authentication provider. And what I'm going to do here is, instead of doing basic credentials, I am actually going to do Google. And the reason we're going to do the Google provider is A, it's something new. I have something in my eye. But I'll be able to run through and show you how to do like the Google console setup as well, which is really annoying. It's actually quite painful. But then my general idea here is that over time, what I can do is I can build these SaaS applications as like full tutorials and demos. And if you're a subscriber to the channel, then you can get the pro plan probably for free or at a discount if I actually charge money for it, right? So if you actually want to use one of these, awesome, great. You know, we'll do the building because we want to test Stripe setup and show how to do it and all that. But if you're a subscriber, we'll be able to be like, oh, let me just check that you're a subscriber. And if you are, you can get access to the pro plan. So a little fun benefit there for all of my fantastic little subs. I did get it working. Yes, Fuji-san. Yeah, Vercel finally got it working. I don't know what was wrong, but it was terribly broken for me. Okay, so let's see. Don't need you. Localhost refresh. We took down our app because we're here, so let's bring it back up. Dev. And now in our application, we have a bunch of this stuff, right? We can do a new file, API. Do they do API auth, next-auth route? And this is like a catch-all route, right? So if you don't know, right, the next-auth docs are adequate. Not the absolute best, but they have app directory usage somewhere here. So here, API auth, yeah, next-auth is kind of what we're looking for, which is perfect. This actually isn't exactly what we need, so tooting my own horn here, but my blog has this for the well, I guess it's actually not in that article anymore. Lols, tooting my own horn. Fail. If you go to like my custom login page, right, this has it in the app directory. So API auth next-auth route. And so here we have all this. We really don't need all of this. So we're going to const auth options. This is going to be next auth options. We don't have any pages right now. We'll just define the session strategy as JWT to make sure we have that in here. And then we have providers, right? And so the providers, here we want to import Google provider from, yeah, that one. next-auth providers, Google. And here we'll do Google provider and what do they call it? Google provider extends Google profile, profile style options. Does this have it? Nope. We'll just jump over to the next-auth docs, documentation, configuration, providers, Google, client ID, client secret. These are the two that we want. So Copilot was right, for the record. We need to make sure they are strings, so we'll just ensure that if we don't have this here, then it's going to be empty. And that is basically everything we need to get started. And then we have to export this because we're in the app directory, right? The exports and the pages need to be get, post, put, etc., etc. So export the handler as get and handler as post. And so this is how you'll do it in the app directory to say it's a get request and it's a post request and it's a catch-all, right? Next-auth catch-all. And so this will now catch everything and funnel it to this route where we have our provider defined as the Google provider. So now we need to get the Google client ID and the Google client secret in order to be able to do this. So I'm going to create a new file, .environment.local, and we're going to toss both of these in here. Just copy and paste, right, as stubs. And so locally we'll do this, and then we'll put, you could do two different options here. You could have like a local OAuth app and a production OAuth app. What I'm just going to do is I'm just going to make one and use it in both places, and then most likely leak the environment keys and have to recreate it, but you know, such is life. So we need to go and create a new Google OAuth app. So to do so, you're going to go to the Google console. We're going to create a new application. We're going to give it a new sort of entire OAuth login experience, and then Google will give us the credentials we need to plug it in here. So something Google Cloud Console. Hey Ryan, great to see you. Welcome, welcome. We are currently building a SaaS app as quickly as we possibly can. We're gonna see how far we get in the next 3 hours. So Google's console is absolutely crazy. There's a lot of things that you can have here, but I'm gonna create a full new project for this. This is gonna be Time Tracker, belongs to me. We're gonna create it. So now we have to wait for it to do its thing. Hey, Kant, welcome, welcome. So we can select the application. So now it says you're working in here and here. And so then you can jump into your APIs and services, and it's gonna load up a brand new page. And what we want is an OAuth 2.0 client ID, right? I don't know, Kant. We're gonna see how far we get. Am I going to finish it today? It's going to be probably something that you can log into and maybe create an activity, but it's not going to be polished at all. So it's probably going to be a couple of days to go through and build this. To get the OAuth 2.0 client ID, you first need to go and add a consent screen, which it'll tell you if you just go and like create credentials, you're like, create this. To create the OAuth client ID, you must first configure your consent screen. Okay, cool. Go to the consent screen. So this is going to be an external app because anyone can use it, not just people within ethanmick.com. And then app name will be Time Tracker. Just gonna be my email. I don't have a logo yet. If someone wants to make a logo. For the app domain, we'll just use the Vercel link, right? Time Tracker Lilac. We'll just do this for now. It's not the most creative of things. And then we're going to add it as a domain. And then it's my email address here too. Thanks, Google. Okay, cool. So this is the consent screen, and then you can add scopes. And so adding scope is basically what information are you asking from the user. And so what we're just going to start off with is we're just going to start off with their basic email profile and open ID. And this is stuff that Google gives you without it being scary. It's like, oh yeah, you need an email, you know, and the ID and all that. And so we're just going to add those. And then for sensitive scopes, this is like private user information. And so we're going to avoid that for right now, because when you ask for private information, the OAuth consent screen changes. And they're like, careful, this is asking for private information. So we only want to do that when we really need to. So when it comes time to check to see if like you're a subscriber or not, maybe in like the pro billing, we'll have a button that says like validate. And then we'll have to ask for the extra permissions then. We'll see if we can make that work the way we want it to, instead of asking for everything up front. But just up front, all we really need is an email address to be like, hey, you know, are you... Basically, we want to be able to email them, A, because capturing emails is useful for your business, but also it's useful because you can like send email reports, or you can say like, hey, this activity's been running overnight. Did you forget to stop it? Click a button to stop it, that sort of thing. Kant, is it a Pomodoro app? It's going to be more about tracking your time as opposed to breaking it into like 20-minute chunks. But adding that sort of functionality is something that we could totally add, right? To help you maybe be more productive, to be like, I'm going to do my 20-minute Pomodoro sprint. And then it could automatically track that time as well. So that might be something that we add. But the first thing we're going to do is just make sure we can like track time spent. Save and continue. Test users, it's going to be, isn't this UI great? Like Google is a $1 trillion company, and it's like test users. It's like, okay, so the first thing I did was click this, which is a filter, right? Let me make this bigger. It's a filter. Like I just want to type my email, but to type an email, you have to click add users. And then this entire thing pops up, right? And then, so I type my email address, and it gets it wrong. So I type my email address again. And then if you like don't click off this and you just click add, it doesn't add it. Like I just can't quite get over. Let me see if this does the same thing. Add. Did it add it? Like I click off, like where it's, wait, like it's so, you have to type in your email, click off it, click add, and then I'm there. I can't get over how messy that entire thing is, as opposed to just like giving me a little text box to type in a user, hit enter, and have it go. Anyways, we're gonna do just me as a test user for right now, so none of you will be able to log in. And then as quickly as we can, we're gonna try and kick this into like full production mode. We'll see what Google yells at. And then people will be able to log in. Okay, so we have successfully completed the OAuth consent screen, and we have one test user. It's me. Awesome. So now I can go to credentials, and now I can create credentials, and I can create my OAuth client ID. And it is a web application, and we'll call this Web Time Tracker. And then, so where can we authorize this from, right? In this case, it's just going to be here. And then I don't think you have to click this. And then the redirect, right? This is going to be, oh God, it's going to be API, next-auth, Google callback, right? It's API next-auth. No, it's API auth, right? What'd I do? Yeah, API auth, Google callback. We'll try that. Google will yell at me if I get it wrong. This is the thing that comes back. The repo link should be in the chat if you can't see it. Someone else might have it. And okay, now we're gonna create this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna hide this real quick in case it pops up with the credentials, just so I can add them to the app. Yes, it did. Great. So here we're going to hide this. We're gonna add our client ID, and we're going to add our client secret into our application. It's been added to our environment.local file. And I can just regenerate these when I inevitably leak them onto the internet. But now they have been populated for these two things. And if we check out this, it'll say that it successfully reloaded the environment.local. And so that should be good to go. So now let's just restart the server. I'll just, for people who are actually here in the chat, you can just boop. Let's toss the repo link in here. Enjoy my lovely, lovely friends. So come back here. You go away. Here, we're gonna refresh. All right, so we don't have any buttons anywhere, but API auth sign in and sign in with Google. Fuji-san, about your question about is it being frowned upon to use email password these days? Basically, I think the world is moving in a direction where every service will not need an email and a password, or at least a password. Email is still heavily used everywhere, and I don't think that's ever really going to go away, but it's becoming more commonplace for providers and operating systems, right, to do things like Apple ID, which allows you to hide your actual email address, but still give a unique email address out. And so I think the exact email is becoming less important, but the fact that there's very frequently going to be an email, that's always going to be key. And then if there's no password, you're either using an identity provider like Google. Yeah, see, we got this wrong. Or you're using something a little more high tech, like a pass key, which is something that can be like hardware encrypted or unique per device, or encrypted and stored in the device's secure enclave, and a user doesn't have to remember it, right? So I think the world's moving in that direction because there's just been too many times where people are hacked, passwords are leaked, passwords are reused, passwords aren't secure. I don't mind passwords a ton because I have like my password manager, I use 1Password. And so like if someone asks for a password, I just generate a 62 character unique password and I'm pretty secure. So like, I don't really mind, but I'm not the average person. So I think that's the way the world is moving. And it depends on the target audience you're really focusing on to decide if you want to, yeah, right. If you want to use a password and that's an acceptable trade-off, or if you don't want to do that. So I think that's the long answer. Hey, LXLLX, we are building a full-featured SaaS application and we just got our URL redirect wrong. See, so what I said request details was this, auth Google back, API auth callback Google, but what does it need to be? It should have it up here. Let's see, auth error, auth session, blah, 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 blah. We just need to go back to our time tracker. Oh, duh. I added the production one, right? Oh, look, there it is. I guess this isn't very secret, huh? I added the production one. So what we need to do here is we need to add localhost as well. And I guess we're just going to leak the credentials. So we'll regenerate those later. API auth Google. And it's saying I probably can't do that. Can I do this? Oh, do I need to add this as an origin? You definitely can do this on localhost. So I don't know exactly what it's yelling at me for. Because if you can't test on a local host, you're in trouble. Okay, well, or not. Web tracker, you redirect, add localhost. Okay, that seems like it was happy with that. So API auth Google callback. I don't know exactly. Checking the documentation to see if they tell me what my callback URL is for Google. Yeah, see. Whoop. Here's the development, localhost API auth. Perfect. So that should work. So now we're gonna save it and move that out of the way, go back here, refresh, try again. All right. Sweet. So in my development browser, right, I am not logged in as anybody. Do you like that warning in the console? That is aggressive. So continue to time tracker. Ethan, this is my email, and then we will pull up my password from my password manager because I don't know what it is. One password, so Google Apps. All right, and paste. Next. All right. We're back. So we've been doing this for 1 hour and we just got authentication to successfully work. And we can tell it worked because if you look at our tokens here, we have our session token and we have our other next-auth things. So that successfully kicked us from the Google login back here. And now we have our next app that can log in. Now, of course, if we try this in production, oh, did I not do it here? If we try this in production, it actually should still work, right? Because we're not doing anything with the database yet. So API auth sign in. Oh, did we not push it? Or did the build break? We'll add those in a hot sec. Okay, so let's go ahead and push this. So we added our API route authentication. We added next-auth. So git commit feature, add next-auth, and push. So while that's pushing, let's go ahead and we need to add our next-auth URL locally. And we already leaked our credentials, so we can just regenerate those later. So in environment.local, right, here's our next-auth URL, and that's that. And then we'll do next-auth secret, and we'll just do secret. And so now when we start our dev server, we should have no warnings. So everything should be working perfectly. And then on Vercel, what we will do is in our settings environment variables, we need to add, right, next-auth secret and the next-auth URL. And so the URL is this. It's our time tracker, lilac, blah, blah, blah. And the next-auth secret, this is what's going to be encrypting and decrypting the JWT. And so you want this to be something secure in production. And I like to do something like this, which is running the OpenSSL command, get a random information and make sure it's hex. And then you get some long gibbly goobly gunk like that. And that can be your secret key that you go ahead and use. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to paste it into Vercel. And then I will change this at some later point so people don't know what the production key is, so people, can't do anything nefarious with it. All right, So now we have our next-auth secret and our next-auth URL, everything in Vercel. If you check out our deployments here, deployments main add next-auth has been deployed. So if we go back to our time tracker, now we should be able to API auth sign in, and assuming it is correct. Oh, I think we actually added it too late. Let me do a redeploy here. It's saying there's a server error, right? So it's like, okay, great. Let's go ahead and debug this. I'll do it live just because that's what we're here for. So in Vercel, right, you go to your logs and you say like, okay, it failed. And it said, why did it fail? And it says, oh, well, there's no secret. It's like, okay, yeah, flawless noob, right? Like we added the secret, but we did it after the deploy. So run back to your deploy, go ahead and redeploy, and then it will pick up the secret. And so we just got ahead of ourselves by I was like, you were very fast on that, flawless noob. You were very quick to know what we had to do. Yeah. When you change environment variables, your process that's running isn't going to pick up the new environment variables, right? So you have to go ahead and restart the process for it to pick up the new environment variables. This is most of the time not a big issue. It's really annoying when you're doing stuff with like Kubernetes and you go ahead and like change the environment and it doesn't automatically cycle the pods. And so then you have to remember to manually cycle the pods or have some software that like automates all of that, which Kubernetes does not do out of the box. So that's like a very sharp edge of Kubernetes that constantly gets people. It's brutal. So we'll let that deploy. It shouldn't take too long, right? Each of these takes like 50 seconds. So, all right, we're ready. We've deployed. So here we're gonna refresh. Lost 2 hours debugging with it. I was one day too late. I'm sorry, my friend. Yeah. No, it's one of those things that just, it's like, oh, right. And if you forget to do it, especially if like you make the change and don't do it and then come back to it later, it's brutal. So now we should be able to sign in with Google, this is, let me sign out of this and see if that helps at all. Blah, 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 blah. Or if oh, no, it's just saying not at all. So let's see if we can jump back to the logs and see what exactly that's all about. Client ID. Oh, we didn't add the client information. Speaking of environment variables, settings, environment variables, we need to go ahead and add these. I think if you just copy and paste, it actually works now. So if you just do that, why not use the 1Password Chrome extension? Abdul, that's a great question. I do use the 1Password Chrome extension, but I don't do it in my development sandbox because I want the development sandbox to be as free as possible from extensions that interfere with the development or cause warnings or errors. So I have a couple of accounts, right? In this, I have my development account, I have other accounts, I have guest accounts, and I'll use different ones. But for my main developer account, I want it to be like as vanilla an experience as possible so I don't get any interference from a bunch of add-ons, right? So I use it in my other accounts, but I don't use it here. So speaking of deployments, we now need to redeploy again because we just changed the environment variables. Redeploy. One of the biggest offenders of that is, hey, flawless noob, it's daytime, it's 1 o'clock. I have a bunch of light on, all right? Light mode. One of the biggest offenders of that, Abdul, is like the Grammarly extension, which every time you're developing will it changes the DOM to inject Grammarly, which is fine if you're just browsing the internet, but every time you're doing development, it causes a whole bunch of errors in the console, especially with next.js. So it's one of those things where I'm just like, I want to know what's like a user add-on problem, right? Versus like what's like my application problem. And I'm sure you've come across some weird things in life where it's like, oh, this doesn't work for me. And you don't need to uninstall it, right? You just want to have, like, you can just go into Chrome and you can just add new developer profiles and just like have one that's basically as vanilla as possible. You'll note that I still have uBlock because like I can't stand ads. So it's not totally clean, but it's much more clean. And so it allows me to make sure, like, if there's an error in the console, it's my app, not something that just shows up. So that's why I do it. It makes things a little annoying, right, here and there, but for the most part, I think it's worth it to make sure, you know, your app is working as intended. Yeah, Chrome profiles are the way to go. All right, great. So this is Vercel over here. Let's go back to our sign-in. This is why it's so important to like do this stuff in production as possible, right? You're gonna do all this development locally, come back 4 days later, push to production, and then be like, why isn't it working? And you're just gonna have to like, oh, right, we need these environment variables. Well, it's easy because we just remembered what those environment variables are, right? We just did this. So this is why I like doing as much as possible in together as possible. All right, we got our redirect URL mismatch again. So let's jump into, I think we just learned what it was, right? I have too many windows open. So here's our Chrome, and we need API auth callback Google. So here we have Time Tracker API auth call. Oh, it's callback Google. Save. You know, small things like that. Moving fast, making problems. Says it's updated. Refresh. Sign in. All right. What database am I going to use? I am going to use Postgres. So we're going to do Docker locally, and then we're going to try, I've never tried it before, we're going to try Vercel's Postgres in production and kind of see how that works. So I can now sign in again, my test account. All right, we have authentication working end-to-end locally and in production. Sweet. Again, check the application logs down here. Time tracker, here's all your session variables from secure, time tracker, you know, all this stuff secure on. It's awesome. So we are now good to start building out basically the entire app. We're in, baby. Which monitor am I using? I am using the Samsung Odyssey G9 49-inch monitor. So what you're seeing here is like a small cut of my total real estate, and I have like more stuff over here and I have more stuff over here. So I have like 3 screens worth of space right now, but the main stuff of what I'm doing is right in front of me. You gotta stretch that neck. Dude, it has like the craziest curve. I don't know. I just got this thing. My monitor died. And yeah, we can zoom in a little bit more. Let's do like, what, like 175, I think we decided. My monitor died. And so I was like, I need a new one. And here we go. So let me know. That's my TV. Yeah. We're in. We're good to go. Let's go back to my checklist that we kind of have going right here. Okay. So authentication has been set up. I don't know if I'm going to use the adapter. So I think what I'd rather do is just use the sign-in callback potentially here, and then here go ahead and create my user, as opposed to using the Prisma adapter. What is this going to do? let's see, we need to install the adapter, we add an adapter, we create Prisma. So they have what? They have an account which has all this information: provider, refresh token, access token, expires. So they have the account, they have a session, they have a user. Okay, you know what? I'm going to say we're not going to do this right now, but not to say this is bad. Just that we've basically done this ourselves, but I don't need to store a session token. We're just going to use a JWT. And our account is like our... We're not going to have multiple users for our account. Or... Yeah, we're not going to have, right? We're just going to, for now, just do Google, and that's going to be a single user, and it'll create a single tenant. And I think that's going to be easier for us for right now without having to jump through hoops. I'm a little wary of the adapter because it basically like does magic in between next-auth and our database. And I think we're just going to explicitly tell it what to do and move on from there. But we might do this for our next SaaS app just because it's a different way of doing it, right? So that's my thoughts on that, which might not be great thoughts, but they're my thoughts. My 37 inch has the audacity to call itself ultra wide. Oh my God, I love that. Look, it's excessive. I'm not gonna lie. The monitor is excessive, but it's also pretty awesome. Like having basically 3 screens of content and the middle screen is still wide enough to be like a super big area. It's crazy. Maybe I'll post a picture on Twitter. So like follow me on Twitter and I'll post a picture of it because it's awesome. Okay, so what we need to do now that we have our authentication set up in Google Console, is we need to do a couple of things, right? We need to say when a user logs in for the very first time, if we don't have a user for them, create one in our database. And that's going to be the user that we use in our session and everything. And of course, when we create the user, we have to make sure we create a tenant for that user too. And if we do have a user, go ahead and update any properties that should be updated. So for example, maybe take their name from their Google account and go ahead and add it, update it. So if they update their name in their IDP, it'll reflect in our system upon the next login. And then we want to protect the pages that we want to protect, which of course for right now is nothing, but this will be a great jump in from, okay, authentication, what part of our application is not authenticated and what part of our application is authenticated. And there are different schools of thought there, which we'll talk about in a sec. So in our auth options, what we want to do, right, is we have callbacks, and there's a sign in callback. And I think this needs us to return true. User, account, profile, and it returns unawaitable of anything. I'm going to cough. All right. So what we want to do is the next-auth. They had a little thing for this, right? So docs, providers, constantly using our docs as we should be. They have an async. Oh, they actually, this is the signature, so to speak. Don't listen to that signature. Do this signature instead. We don't need this if statement because we have it. We have our profile here. So account and profile. Profile is the big thing that we want here. So let's just do a console.log real quick for sanity check account profile. And then for sign in, there's, I guess, an email verification request, but we're not using the email provider, so we don't need that. And credentials, we don't need that as well. Okay, so locally now, we can look at our, well, it's gonna be in our logs, right? So here, let's go here. We're already signed in, so this should just kick us through the sign-in flow pretty quickly. Need some water. All right, here is, you can see in our terminal, the account and the profile. And what we really want is we just really need the profile information. We want the email, we want the name, and then maybe the picture. So if we jump back to our Prisma schema, we don't have, let's call it avatar. So let's just add that in. And then Prisma migrate, create a new Prisma schema here for the avatar. Perfect. And now in our route, right, we decided everything we wanted was in the profile, and it was profile.email and profile.name and profile.picture. So what we're gonna do here is we need Prisma. So new file, lib Prisma. And this we can grab from Prisma next.js docs lib Prisma. And here they have their little Prisma file, right? So this is how, and this is what my blog has as well, right? The recommendation for getting Prisma, so it doesn't have to keep creating it if there's a global one locally. So now here we can do basically const user await Prisma.user, and what we're going to do is we're going to upsert a user. And so this will create a user if we don't have one, and it will update the user information if we do have one. So first of all, where email equals profile.email. And then the create command is going to be email, name, and then we just added avatar, but it's not showing up here yet. User includes, oh, we don't need that. No, we just want the, this was create, right? Yeah, create, user input create. So we do have avatar, so that should work. So yeah, now it's there. And save. And profile is possibly undefined. So if not profile, we'll just throw an exception because there should be a profile. I'm pretty sure there should be an email too, so we can just do this to be sure of it. And then if there's an update, right here, we're going to want to just update the name depending on what the profile name is. Picture should exist here, right? Does picture exist? Profile.picture. So it definitely does exist, but maybe it doesn't exist on whatever P is. P equals profile. They have it as an image? Well, that's just wrong. That's fine. What we can do is we can either make our own type or we can just basically force it. So let's just pause on that. We'll come back to it, right? And then what we also want to do, all this is just creating, right, the user is we want to include the tenant. And the tenant, we also need to, we want to include the tenant and the tenant args, which will be not giving me types. Or maybe this includes the, sorry, that'll include it on the output. We actually want to, right? I can create, we can just create the tenant here. And then on update, we shouldn't need to do anything. And the tenant doesn't need a name or anything by default, right? So we'll just do that. And now we can print out our user. So let's go ahead and see if this works. And then we'll kind of fix up some of these small little things as they come. So the tenant in a multi-tenant SaaS application, the tenant is the biggest level of organization, basically. So like a user belongs to a tenant, and so a tenant can have multiple users. And this lets you add teams into your application very easily because teams and users all belong to a tenant. And so a tenant is like, it could be a single person, it could be a small business, it could be a massive enterprise. You know, it's basically like the tenant is the way we're separating out all of this user data from each other. We'll go ahead and create Time Tracker. We'll just give it a little local tag, and database is Postgres, I believe. User is Postgres. There's no password. Connect. All right, so it's actually Time Tracker is the database. I don't know if I can zoom this in for you. But this is Postico, which lets us kind of browse around. Yeah, it's pretty small. Apologies, it just doesn't, oh wait, there's a zoom. Oh, that is not a zoom. This database client is Postico 2. It costs $50, but it does a good job. So here is our tenant, and here's our user, and it kind of keeps track of all of this stuff for us. So I'm just gonna, it's obviously not very big here, so it's not super useful for you, sorry. I can zoom in on it in like a video. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do the whole authentication flow again, right? API auth sign in, restart our dev server. Restart our dev server, refresh, sign with Google, click, signs in, and now we can check out our database again. And here's our user that we created. See this ID? I'll make it bigger. User created that. There is no tenant ID, so it did not create the tenant. So that's a bug, which we'll fix in a second. But the user ID that it creates, again, it looks like this, which means anytime you're looking at logs going by, you'll, like, this is just a UUID v4 with no dashes, and you'll always know that this ID belongs to a user object, which is just insanely useful when digging through logs and data and output to debug, like, why doesn't this talk to this? Like, what is this? Like, what is, like, oh my God, what's going on? This will make your life easier for a little bit more of setup on the beginning. Postico is just for Postgres. Yes, Abdul. Okay, so we created this thing, but I think we need potentially either we need to tell it that a tenant created a nested user. Yeah, we need the create command, or we need to connect it, right? And so the idea here is that when you're creating a user, the user might belong to a tenant, and so you want to connect the user to a tenant. We're not going to do that because all of our users are just going to create new tenants to begin with. We made the name unique and required, so let's get rid of all that. And then Prisma migrate it. And then we generated it, so let's run dev again. And now we can go here, and now this should work once we go back and create this. Name is now optional. Here we go, there we go. Avatar in Postico for our user is null as expected. So we're just going to cast that, because if it's null, it's fine. And now it should work as expected. So I'm just going to go to my database, right? And delete my user, which is why personally, I like having a graphical interface into my database, because it makes things like that a billion times faster than running the commands on the command line or whatever. So let's fake logging out of our application by deleting all the cookies, refresh. And now we will log in again, click sign in. We're already signed into Google, go through the login flow, go back to our database and refresh. Okay, we got our user, it's me. There is a picture as expected, and we do have a tenant correctly without a name. So now that we have our user authentication, we can add in the middleware, and we can go to our next-auth documentation, next.js middleware, and for right now, we'll just do the entire thing, even though I think that's not going to be our end state. Okay, so yeah, you create the UUID prefix with some sweet Prisma stuff. It's also in my newsletter if you check that out. But in our Prisma schema, we have a DB generated command that basically takes these objects and says, first start with the prefix and then make a UUID. This is a secure UUID v4. And we remove all the dashes so it's easier to copy and paste. So like this entire thing ends up being a slightly more complicated UUID, but it gives you those prefixes and lets you copy and paste it very easily. And now that we have our middleware, if we fake logging out again, stop it, and refresh, it's going to kick us to the sign-in page. And now when we sign in, now we can see the home page. So now we have authentication set up, and it creates a user, and we can refresh and validate that it's not creating a new user every time, right? It only creates a user or updates the name whenever we need it to. So we can actually go ahead and do one last change before we push this, which is going to be, don't update the name only, but also update the profile picture, which honestly people probably update their profile picture more frequently, and you can bet your noggin somebody is going to sign into your app, change their profile picture, and then complain to you that their profile picture has not updated. And so what you can tell them now is, well, go ahead and log out and log back in, and it should work. So what do we add? We modified our route. We added our schema with some changes. We added Prisma. We added middleware. Let's go ahead and add everything. Feature, next-auth, protected pages and users. Okay, and push. And now we can test it in production as well. To test in production, we're going to need Postgres in production. So let's go and play with Vercel Postgres, which I have not played with yet at all. Never, ever, 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 ever. So we have durable Redis, which we don't need, serverless Postgres, and some blob storage. Now, where you host your Postgres database or what Postgres you use here is not important. Using Postgres is not important. Because we're using Prisma, it's very easy for you to swap in whatever database you want. But we're going to use Postgres because that's my favorite database and I think it's fantastic. Oh, interesting. Look at that. Doesn't matter which one you click. None of these matter. It would be better if it like pre-selected this as the option. But I guess maybe there's like a select existing step that we're skipping over because we don't have any existing stuff. All right, so we're gonna do Postgres. Clicking accept, we blah, 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 I accept. All right, Time Tracker Postgres, seems great. Washington, DC, East Coast, that's where I am, seems great. Okay, and then it's gonna add our environment variables to it. Environment variable prefix, Postgres URL is what it's being called. I think we want whatever our database schema is set up for, right? I think we want database URL. So let's just grab that and change it and see if that automatically means that Postgres here is gonna work. So here's our database and we can connect to it if we want. Prisma. Oh, they have this set up, huh? Used for migrations. Database Prisma URL. Okay. Cute, 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 cute. They have using Vercel Postgres, but we're not going to do that, right? We're just going to do Prisma. So we want the URL to be database Prisma URL. That seems right. So let's go here. Let's just change this out to database Prisma URL. And then in our environment, change this out to database Prisma URL. And then this will be overridden in production, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay. Sure, update Prisma DB URL. Push. Check out our deployments. They are all going as expected. We want it to work in both places, right? Flawlessly. Flawless noob. Get it? Flawlessly. Flawless noob. So like we can copy this, but then we have to change our local environment variables to do the same thing. So we just want to make sure all that stuff is like lined up as you would expect. Yeah, so here we have our database URL and all this stuff, so this should all work. Now, of course, the trick here is our database. So what we can do, actually, this is pretty sweet. I can right, we can copy this, and then in our database post-it-co, we can create a new server. Can I just paste my Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we can do, so in my Postico, right, I can do prod time tracker. So this will be our production database, and we'll make it red, and we will connect. And so here we have our little Vercel database. Here we go, and there's nothing in it, right? We don't have any of our Prisma schema, and so we need to run the migration. So this is where we will eventually do a couple different things, and there's the stuff we can do very quickly, and there's the stuff that we can do less quickly. So we have our Prisma migrations running locally, but what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to take our schema that we have defined, right, and push it to production. And the proper place to do this is in your CI/CD deployment. So you want either GitHub or you want Vercel or something to run your tests, make sure they all work, check to see if you have database migrations to run, check to make sure you're on your main branch, and then if you are, it can run the migration and then finish the deploy. So this way, like when you do work in a pull request, it's isolated, and then when you want to merge it in, you will make the database change happen. Now you have to start layering in a little bit of process here, because if you're using Vercel preview links, which is a great reason to use Vercel, then you won't have database changes associated with them, right? So you have to like do your database changes and then merge those and then deploy to production. And then you can build off of those database changes on your preview branches and your pull requests. So you need to like have a little bit of process put in place for your own sanity to make all that happen. There are very powerful services like PlanetScale that have the concept of branches in the database. So you can actually do branches and stuff. Supabase might have added that recently or thought about it recently, right? So then you can have those sorts of things in your database too, but that adds a lot of complexity, right? It's a lot of power, but it's a lot of complexity. So really what we just want to do is we just want to push our changes to the production database. And we can do that either in our CD, or if we're not making frequent changes, or if we're flying by the seat of our pants, we can do it locally. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire up a window over here to do just that. Hopefully this time without blasting out, you know, various things. So I'm just going to run the Prisma database push command, but I'm going to prefix it with our URL. So it's going to be basically here, database Prisma URL, which is what it's going to use, right? And then right here is going to be the connection string, right? And so if we do this, it should yell at me because it's picking up this URL, right? And so I'm just going to run that over here, and I'm going to run it with our database connection string. And then we'll check out what it looks like in our database. No, paste. Why aren't you pasting? Copy. All right, fire away. All right, so the output says it synced, and if we go back to our database tool, Postico, and jump into Time Tracker, now we have our users and our tenants and our activity. So I don't know if I need to restart my service at all to pick up any of that. Now that we've like configured all this, I don't know if it did that for me automatically. But we did deploy afterwards. So let's just give it a shot. So Time Tracker Lilac. So the first thing you'll notice, right, is our homepage is now protected. So it kicked us straight to the sign in. Now if we sign in with Google, I was already signed in. And so all that worked kind of as expected. And now if we checked out our database, we have a user in production with a tenant ID, and we know we're in production because it's all red and scary. So with that, we're 2 hours into this. We have authentication working end to end, Prisma set up, our database set up, everything's working as expected. You can sign in, our app is protected, and now I guess we got to start building the actual SaaS. I think that is pretty good for 2 hours of work here. Let me go to our little notes app. Okay, testing works. Vercel Postgres worked and was pretty easy. Initialized the Vercel project, everything's good, setup's good, data model's been created. Okay. So, we can get carried away. Yeah, it's excellent. Thank you. We can get carried away in a bunch of ways here, right? To focus on different areas of the SaaS application. We can focus on the profile page. We can focus on building out our own little internal components. We can focus on a whole bunch of stuff. But always remember, right? Like, what is the core of what your app really, really wants to do? And get to that as quickly as possible so you can get to users using it as quick as possible. I don't think anyone else can log in yet because we don't have test accounts for everybody. Although, if we go to first make it functional, exactly. Are you going to stream daily? I'm going to stream, I think right now, twice a week. I'm going to try on Tuesday and Thursday, and then I need to do like my freelance work on other days so I can make money and not starve. So that's the current plan. Streaming on Tuesday and Thursday or daily? Let's jump to somewhere. I have this one. Nope, wrong one. Let's see. Now I'm signed into so many profiles. Which profile is this? This one. Okay. This one should go away. This is our main profile. I want to know what Google's going to do if I go to my OAuth credentials, my consent screen. Okay, publishing status, right? What I want to get to, back to the make it functional first, right, is what happens if I publish it? And how angry do they get me? You do not need to submit your app. Then you need to submit for verification. Okay, well, we'll add a logo at one point. But this seems okay. Do it. Do it. Okay, so we're in production. Which means I think other people can now sign in. And if other people sign in to our application, then we will see it happen in our database, right? And so here, you now have like instant analytics just by checking how many users you have in the database. You'll be able to be like, oh, cool, you know, I have like 3 users, or I have 4 users, or 0 users, or as it stands, just me, because the goal was to make it functional for me, and then I will go ahead and use it. So instead of worrying about all the other things, we're going to focus on trying to make it functional as quickly as possible. So what that means is signing in, getting my account, right? So my data is separate from other data. That's very important. And then being able to easily and quickly and simply start an activity and end the activity. Now, I typically like to do that live for my freelance work. So I like to say like, okay, I'm sitting down and I'm working and I want to, start doing dev XYZ. And then when I'm done, I'll be like, all right, I'm good, I'm done, and I'll click done. Sometimes I forget, so being able to edit these things is also going to be important. And once we get that core loop kind of done, we will be able to basically just iterate on it for the rest of time. So we got our database, we got our library, we got our authentication. Time to start cleaning things up. We're using Tailwind, which is awesome. Delete all that. We're just gonna call this Time Tracker, and we'll come up with a better name later. Track your time. No, it's not easy. Using enter for everything is fine. I'm fine with that. This is our home page. This is what Next did automatically. We don't need any of that. And I don't want any of that either. All right, so what is the layout of our application going to be? We're going to have a bunch of components that'll make our life easier here for doing development. Speaking of things to delete, public, delete all these pictures. And I think we'll just use Shad UI to start with, because that'll give us a bunch of components that we can tweak as we need to. He's been doing some fun things by doing different styles and stuff, so we'll kind of take a look at that, but we'll just start using those components and go from there. And then, yeah. And then I think we basically just need the track page with some basic navigation to kind of go around it. So Toggl has like their sidebar thing going on. I'm not a huge fan of sidebars, but we'll kind of see where we end up going with all of the design of the thing. In terms of application structure here, we're going to probably have a home page and stuff at one point. Maybe, I mean, this app doesn't need it, but if you're building a SaaS app, which is what this is all about, I guess, it's sometimes really nice to just like do all of your marketing and the application on one domain. You could put like the app on a subdomain and then just have it focus on the application stuff. And then, your homepage can be run by a WordPress blog or the marketing team or Framer or something. But here that's a lot of work. So we'll probably have like a marketing section if we get that far, and then like the application section, and that'll have like our app's functionality. We'll feel that out. I think the important thing is going to be making let's just do, we'll call it track as the page, and this will be the page that we track. Well, let's just do as simple as possible. Track page. So now we're here. Oh, well, I guess we'll just restart the dev server. Refresh. This should basically be empty. Oh, you're looking for the favicon in the metadata. Is that just by default? I don't define the favicon here. Right? No, I'm not using TurboPack from dev. This is just the basic create next app. So that's normally, right? You have like you have a favicon, like entire field in the metadata that you can use, but we're not, and I just deleted the favicon because I don't want to have a favicon. Next metadata, yeah. Thanks a lot, next. So we'll kill you real quick. Yeah, you had the same problem? Well, do I just like do, so next.js, right? They have the metadata new documentation stuff. So here they have a bunch of defaults. And the special files, but like if I just delete it, I would expect it to just not have a favicon is what I'm expecting. And instead it's just yelling at me for not having a favicon. Which is like, that's a choice, I suppose, but not exactly what I would expect you to do. RM, we'll just delete the entire next directory and try it again. That seems to be like the best thing to do here. Yeah, thanks BS. Maybe delete the .next folder. See, I do things and then I read chat, and I should probably read chat first and then do things. All right, refresh. All right, perfect. It's blank. Deleting the .next folder is the thing that solved the problem. So BS, you get a gold star. So now we can go to our track page and get hello world and enter. So we know we're doing the right thing in the right place. And this is where we're going to track our time. And let's go ahead and jump into what Shad's doing and get started here. All right. So we're going to run his command line tool to get started. Yes, go. Install. This is really cool. Default or New York, but I can't make that decision without knowing what it looks like, right? That's like, what do you want your app to look like without showing me what it looks like? So I feel like I need to know. Does anyone know where has he put these up yet somewhere? Examples? Like what does New York look like? Is New York like mysterious and dark and city-like, or is New York I don't even know. Okay. Are they in here? Like check out like a card. Okay, they look almost identical. Help me out, people. I guess New York's like a little tighter, right? It's like a little slicker. That's exactly the same. Okay, so I'm going with New York is like a little tighter on the padding and spacing, and that's basically it. Doesn't seem to be really that big a difference, right? That's a lot tighter than this. All right, we're going with default. And we will see what we think. Which color? Ooh, I like slate. I think slate's nice. Stone's also good. We'll go slate. App.globals. That's correct, right? App.globals. Yes. CSS variables for color. No, I don't care. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, sure, add components, that's great. Configure for utils, yeah, sure, perfect. Are you using, yes, we are. Yes, go. Success, project initialization complete. We have been initialized. So here we have our new components directory with nothing in it yet. We got libutils for our merge functionality. And now we can basically start installing our commands. So this is good. App structure. It's going to add stuff to our thing. I placed the components. I placed the UI components in components UI. The rest of the components, such as like a nav, are placed in the components folder. The lib has some utils. Okay, now we can do latest add. So if we run back to our application, here's our time tracker. We're gonna have, I think to start, let's just do like a top navigation with our name, with like a track sort of tab, and then with the avatar on the far side, which can like go into the profile. That seems like a pretty good place to start. So new folder, let's just call it, it's like the header, navigation, navbar, call it navbar. New file, we'll just do navbar index.tsx. Okay, so export. This will be a server component, I guess, for now. Export async function navbar. We'll change it to a client component if and when we need to. So do a div, that's fine. We'll make it a link to the home page for now. It'll be time tracker. We'll just make this a span instead of an H1 because it's not really like the title of the page. And then here we'll have our navigation, and I guess we'll do const links. It's not about though, it's going to be track, right? So let's call that track, assuming that's going to be close enough. So map everything. Kind of want it to be an unordered list. Key can be, it doesn't really matter here. Sure, the route. And then we'll make these links. href is the href, and the label is the label. Good. Missing that. Good. Okay. And so I don't know if this is going to be in our global layout, because our global layout might include our app. So let's make a new folder for like application stuff. Toss track inside there. Don't update those imports. Make a new layout file for everything within our application. And then go ahead and grab this. It's not a root layout anymore. We'll call it our app layout. And we don't need basically any of this, except we just want our nav bar. And then the children will run below it. We'll see if we can just get away with that as the layout, and then track lives within that, right? So this is the page with this, and then the layout. The layout just has the body and enter. Okay. Refresh. Killer dev server. Start the dev server. Go back. Refresh. Okay. So here is our link. It's awesome. Very unstyled, but here's our link with our navigation bar, right? Span. And then here's the navigation bar, which should be beside it, really. We'll fix that. And then everything is within this top header. So what I want to do here a little bit is, let's go ahead and just give ourselves a little bit of breathing room and a little bit of breathing room like this. Oops. Chrome, come back. So now you should be able to kind of see everything on the page at once. And over here, we're just going to do a little bit of massaging, right, of all of this. So we want them to be next to each other like that. We want you to have your own sort of spacing. So I think PX like 2, you can zoom. Yeah, I want to make sure you can see it, I guess, you know. Like I want people to be able to see. Let's do actually PX4, PY2, right? And so that's a little aggressive. We want that instead. We want probably some shadow on the bottom to make it clearer. We also really, I think we want all this within a container. So let's do container in the center to do that. This will be flex instead. This will be full width. And then item center to get it all centered. And this is fine. Maybe semi-font, semi-bold, make it a little bolder. We probably want some space in between these. And so the links here, right? This doesn't really look quite like what we want yet. So maybe do hover BG slate 100. Okay, that's better, but I actually want you to have your own padding. And this can have a lot less padding, I think. And then we want it to be rounded to look nice. So now we're starting to be like, okay, you can like hover over this. Ideally, this is probably like your logo too, right? That sort of setup. And that's probably where you want to be. But this feels pretty good. It's also a little tricky because I'm zoomed in so much for the stream, so I might do a little tweaking, you know, when we're looking at it more zoomed out. And then we can do like space X4 to get more space in between these. And then these links can get a very similar treatment here, where, right, for the class, we kind of want, let's just call it all the same, more or less. So track. And then probably wanted to change the color, make it a little more link-like. So let's do like text. I don't know, what's our color gonna be? Like blue sky, right? Blue 500. And you can do blue, you know, I don't know, 600. Feel it out. Hover over it. And that goes to the track page. This goes to the home page. The home page doesn't have anything. The track page has track, home page, track, home page, track. Hello world. That's not bad. Let's go ahead and add an avatar. So going back to Shad, right? We can add our avatar now. Installation. Go over here. Stop the server for a second. Add avatar. Go. And so now on the nav, we're gonna have to have a spacer or something to get the space, and then we should just be able to do avatar from UI avatar, and let's see, this is wanting, I guess everything is, oh, right, we need, does it let me do my avatar image? And here, this is going to be our user profile picture, right? And so to get the user session, we can use get server session from next.auth, because this is a React server component. Await. And so here you can see there's a user inside this session. And it has my image. So now we can just do user.image. Oh, and we need to have referral policy none. Something very, this is such a funny error. I've seen this before. In our Google, they give you your picture. Hello, Chrome. We've broken it. We did it, chat. We destroyed Google Chrome. Chrome avatar picture 403. I ran into this. You need refer policy, no refer. There we go. User does not exist. Well, let me tell you, it definitely does. Okay. Still respond with a 403. Save. Refresh. What do we got? It's me! Clearly loads. So you should work. Right, you're just passing through to this, which is an image primitive, which should work. Don't you love the internet? It would be like what, right here for right now. So our image is clearly failing to load. And then if you refresh often enough, it works. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, that's fine. And then here to get the spacer, we can just do flex grow, right, to kick it to the other side. So now you have this. I'm not gonna worry too much right now about making it super mobile friendly. That's going to add quite a bit to the scope, and it's not how I'm going to be using it most frequently. And so that's going to be something that we can do in a later iteration, right? Focus on the core of what you need to get done and get that working as quickly as possible, and also know who your audience is, right? My audience for this would be freelancers and other developers and people who need to track their time, probably for clients and the projects that they're on, and most likely they're going to be using their computer to do that. Now, if they need to like do something on the road and they want to use their phone, should it work well? Yes, of course. But that's not where I need to spend my time the most, because to test to make sure it works well, I'm just going to be using it on my desktop. And as we said before, I have a 49-inch monitor. So honestly, it has to work well on ultra wide screens. All right. So we have our time tracker, we have this, we have my beautiful blushing face on the right side within a container. This is saying we have our type argument, blah, 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 which really I just want to know what it thinks it's returning. R callbacks extends session default session. So, because it might be null, right? This is one of those things where it's like, if you did this and the user was not authenticated, they would be null. But here in our code, we know they're going to be authenticated because we protected our entire application. But this is going to break when we go ahead and deploy it, right? So there's probably a nice way to bump this into like an auth TS file and export const get user session, right? Session, if not session, now this is still, right, going to return potentially undefined. So I kind of want to force it by doing, right, default session. It says it's optional and it just gives these things. So like, let's just go ahead and make a type for it. We'll call it auth user to make sure we're not confusing the Prisma user, right? And so now we can just say like, yeah, we're returning an auth user here within our application as auth user. Oh, well, yeah, well, I mean, it's a promise of an auth user. I'm promising it. So now get user session is what we can use in here and do const user equals this and just import it and get rid of that and then save, and then our types should work out once we await the promise of a user. Well, come back to me. All right, refresh, and it works as expected. Do you usually set max width to expand content to monitor size? I think it depends on the site you're making. I think most typical web apps do best by setting a max width and just working within their max width. I think some very data heavy applications should use the full width of the page at all times. So I mean, there's probably examples right here, right? So if I do like, here's Shad's website, and we zoom out, right? So like, he has the content in this central thing. Even though my monitor extends to both sides, you know, you're focusing the content here, and it doesn't need to get that much bigger. And that's fine. That's fine. That works well for most people. And then let's hit up a tab that I'm actually logged in on GitHub for. And then there are some things like GitHub, right? Which expand to the full width. And because it tends to be such a data heavy thing, they have stuff going on over here, they have stuff in the center, they have stuff over here. If I expand it, you can't see this, but if I expand it to all 49 inches, then it still looks okay. And really, I'm kind of cringing when I say okay. It's not great. It's really not great. Like this should have a max width too. Like, look at this thing. It has like, it's ridiculous. So I think 49 inches is excessive, and you shouldn't really think about it too hard. But there are some places and some use cases where you're like, okay, like, can I make use of the real estate is probably the question you should ask yourself, right? Like, if I'm looking at a data table, lots of data, then I basically just want a giant Excel spreadsheet, and I want it to take up as much space as I can possibly take up. Okay, so now we can go to the time tracker, which does nothing, and then we can go to the track time, which honestly, what we're gonna do here is, even though I made this be its own layout, we're gonna toss this into our main page as well. Because I want to be able to, you know, move around my application a little bit. Okay, so now refresh. If I go to the main page, you're on the main page. I go to the track page, you're on the track page. Our avatar doesn't do anything yet, but it is a nice smiling face. And so now we can start tracking the times. So like, we're 2 hours and 25 minutes into this, and I'm about to start the core of the application, which I think is pretty good. Like, we went through and set up everything from scratch. You should stream on Twitch too. Thanks. I'm trying to focus a little bit on one platform at a time. I don't really have any audience or anything in Twitch, so it's basically just like my great YouTubers. And if I feel like if I'm streaming in two places, I'm gonna water myself down a little bit, you know? But maybe that's not true. Who knows? Let's go ahead and commit all of this, which is going to be feature shad UI plus nav plus components. This is a pretty big push, but hopefully it doesn't break everything. And that should be good for this, and that should be good for this. We'll just watch our Vercel build on the side here to make sure it doesn't catastrophically explode. Again, you can like watch all this in your repo to be like, oh, you know, like, what happened? All right, what went on? Oh my God, it failed because of the same thing. Let's redeploy without the build cache, right? Like, that should not be a problem. That's a build cache thing that we went through again. It was reusing the .next folder probably, and so it probably failed. Is what we're looking at. Which, I'm gonna say this here on stream, right? The fact that deleting the favicon ICO file has caused our build locally to break, and then our production build to break, is bad. That should not happen. Like, those are bugs that need to be worked out. You should be able to just easily delete files to be like, no, I don't want or have a favicon, get rid of it. And it should not catastrophically break everything. Like, if you don't know that you can just rebuild this sort of stuff, you're gonna be like, oh no, like, why did my build fail? Yeah, flawless noob, there is. Like, you can run your build locally in the same way that they're doing it, right? So you can run pnpm build, and this is just what they do too. The problem is, we already deleted our .next folder locally to fix the favicon issue. So even when we run this build, it's going to succeed where the Vercel build failed because they still have the old .next cache that they're reusing. So it doesn't really, like, unfortunately help that much. It's just like, oh, you just have to push, have it break, and then know what to do to fix it. Anyways, look at that. We fixed it. If anyone from Vercel is watching, this is a bug and you should fix it. So once again, what we can do is, yeah, ominous. That's a good word for it. They're sometimes ominous. All right. God, I love JWTs, right? Like, because we were already logged in, we didn't change our secret or JWT or anything, right? And so it just magically logged us in, used the newest version, and like, here we are. Like, this is what it looks like now in production. And like, this is awesome. We're like, what, zoomed in at 175. So if we do like a zoomed out version, like this is our center, probably, yeah, 150 is probably perfect to like do all this. It's a little small for y'all though. So like we got our links, we got our tracking thing, we have this, we have our picture, we were logged in, we know we have a user. No one else has signed in yet, so it's still just me as the only user. And now we can track. So again, testing end to end the entire time to make sure, you know, we're never getting ourselves stuck. Also, look at this. It still has the favicon. Do you see that? Do you see? It still has the favicon. Even after gotten rid of the favicon. Whatever. We're not going to worry about it. We have better things to do, like build SaaS apps. All right, app layout, track, page, hello world. This is not going to cut it anymore. I need to track my time spending. So what do we got? In our Prisma schema, right, we have a model activity, and this is great. It ties into our tenant and our user. This is going to be a little bit of a problem. What we're going to actually want to do a little bit here. Yeah, I know how to fix the favicon, Abdul. I don't want to have to. Oh, an alert. Can you still navigate to the login page when signed in? Thank you, subscriber. Do I get these alerts somewhere else? Can I see? Oh, I can probably see them in stream events, right? Dashboard. Thank you, Franco Pofo. If you're watching, if not, you just subscribed. We saw you. Everybody saw you. So you can, I think, go to the actual sign-in page here, right? Same thing would be like the login page. This says no special logic. If you click sign in again, it'll quickly put you through the auth sign in because you're already logged into Google. And then you get back here. So you can go to the login page if you like manually redirect there. Empty cache and hard reload. Just for giggles. Favicon is gone. Abdul, you get a gold star. I wish I literally had gold stars to give out, but I don't. So we're creating activities. What we're going to want to do, without a doubt, is within our JWT, right? It has like the email, but we really want to store the user ID and the tenant ID within the user's JWT, because that'll allow us to pull it out of the session and use those for creating things like an activity server side. And when we're creating the activity server side, we want to say like, okay, what's the name? When are you starting it? When's the end at? And all of that. When creating new users, tenants have null names. I actually want them to have null names, but I would love to know if you have a different thought. But my impression is a user doesn't need to know that they belong to a tenant, right? That only really becomes important when you have like multiple people in the same global account. And then you might want to be like, oh, this is like my work account, or like this is like my project account. And so then you can give the account a name. If you're the only one there though, I don't think having a name is important. And so if I don't have a name for you, I'd rather it be null than like auto-generate something. How do you set it so the user is auto-logged out after a specific amount of time using JWTs? Well, how the auto-log out should happen is it should be done by the cookie expiration. So here I have my cookie and my session token, and it expires then. So this is set to be a month, it looks like, right? It's 6/27 right now, so 7/27. So it's going to log me out after 1 month when the token becomes expiration. So if you want to change that, next-auth session length, let's see if that brings me to the right docs. I don't know if this is actually what I want. Yeah, so in the JWT portion of your configuration, you can set the max age to be whatever you want. So if you go here to like configuration and options, and you can do JWT, right? Here's the max age. So this defaults to session.maxAge, which I think should be perhaps an environment variable or something. Session.maxAge, I guess, is probably better. 30 days, yeah. So the session.maxAge, if you change that, then you can set it to be something less. Same thing for like if you're using database sessions. For JWT, there's basically two trains of thought. One is that your JWT should be as absolutely small a lifetime as possible, because there's no good way to invalidate a JWT once you give it out. And then you give them like a refresh token or a session token that'll refresh it. And so basically frequent requests use the JWT, and then you refresh the JWT every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes or something like that. So you're hitting the database less often, but you're still getting a lot of the benefits of a JWT for frequent interactions. For something like a time tracker application, like you can just be logged in forever. I don't care. You know, like it's not a huge deal for you to be logged in for a very long amount of time. And I'd rather you be logged in for a long time than have to log in frequently. Although since we're using Google Auth, most people will probably be logged into Google all the time. So logging in every 30 days is probably not a huge deal. All right, thanks, Flawless Noob. Great for you to be here. So glad that you could catch me. Are you planning on implementing auth roles like admin user? Fuji-san, yes, I am. Keep me to that. Okay? Keep me to that. We're going to do just like one user get this working first, and then we'll add in the teams and the roles and all of that stuff next. But since I don't really need that, that's going to be something that we tackle a little later. Speedster, how can you set it so that you cannot load the login page after already being logged in using middleware? What exactly do you mean by that? Like, at what point in this process are you? So the middleware never logs you in, right? The middleware always checks to see if you're logged in. And so if the user like manually goes to the login page, I think that's fine. Like if they click the login button, it's like, okay, cool. You could do something so like if they go to the login page and they are logged in, if they have a valid session, then you could just redirect them to the main app. Oh man, Abdul, you're doing Go? Oh my God, I love Go. I did Go on my last job. Every microservice was in Go. It's a great, great language. I don't know if I'm going to do videos on it anytime soon, though. I'm mostly focusing on like full stack next.js at the moment. Although I have a friend who does a ton of Go right now, so maybe I'll make him make videos and post them under my channel. Feel free to link it, Fuji-san, if you can. I don't know if people can dump links in the chat, but feel free to toss something in there. Okay, wow. Streamers who do this all the time, like, they must drink a lot of water, because I feel like I am talking a lot. It's crazy. So what we're doing is we need to update our session token to have tenant and user information in it, and then we're going to use that to do the activity creation. Now, we're not going to focus totally right now on making it like as super cool and awesome as Toggl. We're going to focus on a more utilitarian approach, so to speak, to be like, let's create it and then maybe like see activities that you have this day going on. So on our track page, we're going to probably have 2 sections then. Let's call it new activity. And then we're going to have probably, let's call it daily activities. We'll see where that goes. Y'all are here as I'm figuring this out. So feel free to offer up different suggestions for how you imagine this working. But how I basically imagine is from the time tracking, right? For the top part's going to be like, what are you doing right now? What is your current activity? And then below that, it can show you like the activities you've done that day. And so like you come in, you sit down in the morning to like do some work, and you're going to say like, I'm starting this, and it'll show it to you as it goes. And then when you stop it, you can see kind of what you've done that day. And that's probably good enough for right now. You know, that's kind of how I imagine it going. We can actually just do right? Let's just kind of mock out what that's going to look like. So here, let's do H2. What are you working on? And then it'll be a form. And this is going to be, right? It's going to be an activity of some kind. We'll use shad. And then we'll have some sort of submit button to, do that. So instead of that, we can do, let's do main, and then we're gonna do mx. It'll be the same as the nav bar, right? Container. And so now new activity gets its own home. And we're good to go. Weekly summary would be good, Abdul. I agree. I think you just have to, we'll play around with it a little bit. I think I'm going to start with daily, and then weekly, probably next. And then like anything after that's probably a report, right? Like if you want more information, it's probably some sort of report. Are we going to have it sending emails or cron jobs? So sending an email is pretty straightforward if we want to send like a transactional email based on like something that's happened. Cron jobs, let's say we want to send like a weekly report of what you've done. I think that would be cool. We can use Vercel's cron for that. We can try that. Although they have a ton of limitations. It's really painful for like what free accounts can do. So maybe we'll splurge for pro here eventually and get a little more freedom in what we can do. So if we jump over to like Excalidraw real quick, right here, here's our page. Oh, verifying is a bit hard and was a while ago. Oh, okay, Fuji-san, yeah, sorry about that. Feel free, if you like Google the link or something, like the Google search, I can drop something in the chat. Here's our nav bar. So we're basically gonna have, right, like, what are you working on, except not that massive. And then we'll have like a text field, and then probably here's like the button for starting it. And so this will be like Time Tracker SaaS, and it can just kind of like stay here. And then probably want some sort of elapsed time too. So maybe here we have like 2 hours and 25 minutes, and it counts up, you know, and then this is like start, stop. Can you not see the link I pasted? I can't see the link you pasted, Fuji-san. I could not find your GitHub account. Like just me / Ethan Mick. I definitely exist. Oh, yeah. There's a link in the description if you're most curious, which is probably the best way to get it, honestly, through my website, in case I change the location. How do I properly keep users logged in next.js? Something like that, Fujison. All right, let's do this first, and then here's what you've done today. And then here we can just kind of list out, you know, in a smaller font. Maybe this, like, maybe these are large, you know, and then you got like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to want to have right from like 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. sort of things, you know, or maybe just like, I don't know, what's the most important thing here, 2 hours. And then of course you probably want to be able to edit these in case you're like, oh no, I did it all wrong, right? You know, and so there's probably some sort of ... menu over here to like edit, delete, clean things up, that sort of stuff. And yeah, I think that's like roughly what I'm thinking. And we'll see. We'll see what we got. So, prevent authenticated users to access custom sign-in page with next-auth middleware. Yeah, my results are different than yours, certainly. Try that, friends. Let's build it. All right, so back to dev mode. We have just what we started working on. Perfect. Let's go ahead. In UK, maybe that's why. Well, yeah, I'm over in the States. Let's get a little split screen action going so we can just kind of focus on this page. Like that. I think that's good. Daily activities, that's probably correct. We want, let's see, Shad UI. Oh, I want his website. We want an input and we want a button. So let's go ahead and add both of those. Button, add, and then we'll do an input. Let's try that. Yes, I'm ready. Input. Boop, 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 boop. Done. I don't think he has like a text area. Oh, he does have his text area, but not like a text input type thing, right? That's fine. And the input will probably change to be something like a combo box in the future. No, I want an autocomplete. Does he have autocomplete? No autocomplete. Okay, well, we're building our own, friends. But we'll do that later. Again, focus on the important stuff first, right? Getting this roughly working. Adding each component as a dependency is going to make the package JSON file too messy. I mean, it's not. These aren't like these aren't dependencies. I mean, I guess there's some dependencies here and stuff, but these are just like the Shad UI components. So we're gonna do our input. And we have just an input here. And then we're gonna do our button. Yeah. So if you haven't worked with Shad UI yet, it adds all the components under the UI thing. So input, button, avatar is basically just creating files for us, and it will install a couple dependencies if we need them. So it allows us to basically go into input and be like, this is good, but I need to change it. Also, there's 2 border slates. Interesting. Someone should report that. So here we have our form. We're gonna make it flexible and items center, and the button here, we'll say just start for now. And it's going to be a submit button. And then we have our input, and the input of course is going to, it'll be named, let's just do name because it's the activity name. And now we have our activity. So if we take a look at this. Okay, what are you working on? Sorry, moving quick. So this is pretty good, all things considered. We want space X a little more. It says start at the top of this. We probably want padding on the top and bottom to be like 4 for a little breathing room. That's why. Learn your axes. And now you can be like, oh, I'm doing website development. Or really, it's a SaaS live stream. And so clicking start needs to, let's say, create this activity. Yes. Good call. Type submit. Thanks, Abdul. So create, although to be fair, buttons by default have type submit if they're a button in a form. But calling out specifically is nice. So now we get into the funness. Basically, what we have to do here, right, is when this loads, we want to load, like, if there's a current activity, and then populate the form. And then if there is a current activity, tell the button to be like, okay, stop, right? Like, I'm done. And so we're gonna have to pass some of those props through. And so what we can do here, and this is where we're because this is a React server component, and this is gonna run on the server, we can get the user session, and then we need to get the user ID, and we have to get the tenant ID. And then from that, we're going to, right, basically do const current activity await Prisma dot activity dot find first, and it's going to be where, you know, user ID equals the user ID. And really we want to be able to say this too, although the user ID by definition is going to scope it within a tenant, but having the ability to say tenant ID is going to be nice, even though we don't have to do it. And then we also want to say where end at is null, right? And so this is honestly, yeah, this is kind of what we want to get to. So our user session though, console.log, if we look at our user has name, email, image, and we need to augment that with some extra stuff. So jump over to our next-auth. And man, this is where maybe it's Fujison. Maybe you were asking like if it's okay to put things in the callback for some of this stuff. And here we are putting some stuff into the callback for some of this stuff. The answer is yes. Hey, Zoki. How would you handle parsing and saving to Prisma around 1.5 million records from a CSV file? Well, first of all, it's a huge CSV file. So if you can't read that all into memory, then you're going to have to stream the contents of the file. And you have to find a parser, like a streaming parser. And then basically what I would do is I would stream the contents of the CSV file. This just needs to be like a node script using like a streamable node parser. And then batch the inserts into your database so you can insert like 100 records at a time and then run that through the entire file. Side question, how much CSS should a front-end dev or full-stack dev know? I mean, a front-end dev should know a lot of CSS because that's mostly what they're going to be doing. A back-end full-stack dev, like, it depends what you really want to care about and stuff. I like doing everything and I like caring a bit about the design. I find Tailwind to be a much better way to think about CSS than just like raw CSS itself. But I think it depends on a full stack, like really where you think you deliver the most value and what you like doing, right? If you don't like CSS, don't kill yourself trying to do it. Like, I think it's that simple. If you feel like it's going to bolster your career and what you can do, then okay, pay attention to it a little more. But I wouldn't go crazy if you don't like it, fundamentally. Yeah, Fujisun. So what we're going to do for these, we're going to add a callback. We have a callback for the sign-in, right? To be like, congratulations, you've signed in. Did they actually talk about what these options are very well? The next-auth docs. They just say callbacks. Oh, callback documentation. Okay, there's entire documentation for this. Sweet. So sign in, this is fine. Redirect, we don't need this. The JWT callback is called whenever the token is created. So this is what we want. However, calls to get server session will invoke this function. This is the important thing though, really. The arguments, token, user account profile are only passed the first time this call is on a new session. Otherwise, only token will be available. So in our callbacks, what we want, this is going to save everybody a lot of pain, right? So in our API auth route in callbacks, here's our sign-in callback. This is good. We're now going to have our JWT callback, right? Is this outside this one? Yeah, whoops. Whoop, 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 whoop. Don't mind me. So basically, token is going to be passed through every time, but account and profile, these are the only things that are going to be passed through the first time this token is created. So if they exist, if this is the first time the token's being created, we want to add, right, like the access token or something into the token. And for us, it's going to be, we'll do ID, something like that. And then it's going to be token.tenant equals something like that, right? We're going to do something like this. But this is only going to be called this will only be called when the JWT is created, this part. So every time we're checking the session, we don't need to go and do like any extra work or database lookups or anything like that. We're just going to augment the token and otherwise just return it as is. So we need to double check what this looks like. So we need to basically log in again. So here there should be nothing. Now we're going to sign in. I might need to log out and log back in again. Okay, it crashed, I think, but that's fine because we got what we needed here. So the token that's passed in, this has our information. This is our JWT, right? Name, email, picture, sub. The account is the Google account, and the profile is this profile. But really, I want my user. Can I get my user in this callback, JWT? I don't think I can. It would have to come from the sign in callback. And this just returns true or false. User account profile. There's one last, no, because we don't return this at all, right? Maybe if we do this. No, it needs true. All right. So I don't know what user is going to be here, but we'll check it. And then is new user is probably going to be false. Oh, it's deprecated too. Use trigger. Okay, trigger. Either the result of OAuth profile or the linked, yeah, the credential configuration authorization callback. Yeah. So if we were using the credential, if we were using just credentials, we could take that user object and directly pass it back. But because we're not, we're gonna have to do a lookup here, which is fine. That's why we have, our database and stuff. It's just slightly disappointing. Okay, so we're gonna do const user and find Prisma and where email equals, if we look at our thing, it's gonna be account, no, it's gonna be profile.email. And then that's actually all we need basically. And then the ID, we're gonna set it to the user ID, and then the tenant, we're gonna make this user.tenant ID. And in the future, we could have like the name in here, so we could do that. If you don't find the user, throw a new error. No user found. And the profile, it's probably yelling at me for possibly under fine, but I think that should just be caught by this. Okay, now we don't need this, and we don't need this, and we have all this, and then this should all just work, and we're returning the token. And let's just totally delete all that just in case. Go back to Chrome, go here, refresh. Nothing in the logs. Sign in. Okay. So here, we got our information like we expected. We looked up our user like we expected, and we returned stuff like we expected. So now, on our track page, right, this user we get should have extra information in the session. No, it does not. Name, email, image are all as they were, so to speak. All right, let's jump back here. We know we have a profile because we saw the profile. We found this, I guess. It didn't throw an error. And then we augmented the token with this information. And then we returned the token. Yeah, Zoki, chunks of 1000 should work pretty well. Okay, well, let's run through what we just did again to see if I missed something obvious. Here's the token, email, name, picture, sub. So that should have worked, although I think maybe, right, they have in the callbacks, they're like doing access token and stuff. We do this in my, right, Prisma. I do this myself. I write my own things for my own benefit. This was what, next-auth and Prisma. Ethan, Mick, next-auth, Prisma. I have a thing for this. I know I do. I'm gonna click my own video, guys.
And post reply.
I love life. My dog has arrived. Hey, puppy. So here we return this stuff, right? And then we have a session callback that we need to move it through. And then we have a user callback. Let's add the session callback in. Although I thought, based on what they said here, right? Callbacks, session. Oh, whenever the session is checked. See? Guys, I'm literally following my own code to make this work. I love it. Okay, so we're just gonna do this in the exact same way. So here is pass through. So we're gonna do token.id is what it should be, and then session.tenant should equal token.tenant, and we're gonna now do console.log just to make sure this is working. Session, and we'll do session and token. I don't think we need the user at all here. Okay, save. This is our session. Now we have to do our whole login thing again. Let's just log out for safety. Delete. Interesting. Google Chrome broke that. Refresh, kicks me out. Sign in with Google, kicks me in. All right. Profile, user. This is all as expected, except maybe for that. I don't know if it's the session endpoint got called at all. But it should have. It's in a video about login and password. It's in my video. Track, refresh. Oh, this is the wrong one. Refresh. All right, my session still does not have things. Might not have done what I needed it to do here. So this should be, right, async session token. This should be called. We'll just make sure that's all commented out just to be sure. Refresh. Here. Track. Here. Okay. Sign in. Here, we're back. No, okay, so our session endpoint does not get called, which is what's a little interesting. Profile, user, this is that, and then this is this check. So if we bring it back, does that call it? User, user, user. It calls that 3 times, but it doesn't call session. Interesting. You'd expect that to call it. This is the joys of doing it live. Callbacks, here's our session. Console. This returns this, but this wasn't even called for us, right? So then JWT, token user, this is this, as expected. So when using the JWT function is called before the session callback, so anything you add to the web token will be available immediately, like action token from the player. Okay, but that's not happening. The session callback is called whenever a session is checked, but it's not being checked for get session or any of these because it's on the server already. So we're never checking the session with the session callback. Interesting. That's what it's saying here. So in our code, we're using get user session, which gets server session, and the server session does not need to call that function, so it never calls the get session endpoint. But because it doesn't, it also then doesn't get the chance to put in certain things into our session itself. Although there is potentially, we could add our own session. So maybe we do, right, callbacks, session. Do we try pasting the callback? If you have some code, yeah, feel free to toss that in. I think we're gonna try this real quick. See kind of where it takes us. This is a server session. Where's my... Let's see if this is doing what I want it to. Unauthorized. That's okay, assuming that, yeah. Okay, so we are getting a server session, and we are getting the ID and the tenant in the second argument in the token. So what we need to do is, because we're calling get server session and that's not actually hitting this route at all, it's not hitting this thing at all. So I think what we need to do is let's just go ahead and define a new, we can just do it in auth, I think, actually, right? Let's do this. So const session equals async session, and this is next-auth options, callback session. What? Sure it does. Callbacks, partial callbacks options, sign in, redirect session. I I guess it's like optional. Oh well. And now you should be able to do that. And so here we can just do session as a callback, right? And so this is now, wow, I've typed session so many times it doesn't look like a real word. We want to say auth user session, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and this. And so now this is whatever our authorization route. This, so params is a session and token is a JWT. We'll see if we can just toss that in. If that's exported. Maybe. Fix that. And so now I can really just do, that is correct. These aren't going to pass through, but that's going to be okay. We'll fix those types in a second. Okay. Jeez. You know, code these days. Refresh. Okay, so now we have a session, we have a session, we have a token, but I don't know if that's working the way we want it to. Oh, the session might have a session inside it? Maybe that's part of the problem. Our token is, so we're getting, let's clean up some of our logs here. This is server session, right? And so the server session is being called with the session and the token. So here's our session, and it has a .user in it. So maybe I want .user, right? And the user has a name, email. So let's try that. Save. And then now we're talking. Now our user has an ID, and that's the thing being called here. So I can add a user track, right? We want to track that, and now we want to go back to auth, and same thing. We want to add a user.tenant, and that's going to equal a token.tenant, and the token up here. .tenant had an ID inside it. And so now our user track page loads a user, and that has an ID and a tenant inside it. So if we get rid of this, this should now look as expected. And so now this can be user.tenant.id, and this can be .id. And it all works. Woo! Okay. So that was a lot of work to make this happen, and we can clean up the code a little bit before we push. Basically, we were changing the code in the next-auth route, and we were adding in a callback here to change the session. But this session is, well, it's only called this callback in the route, but we weren't actually hitting the route. We were using the server session. And so because we were getting the server session, we have to change the session here internally in the server. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to export this function. And that way it's going to be the same in both places. And so now we can just do this and get rid of this and do import session from libauth. And so now this session callback is going to be the same as this callback, which is awesome. The other thing now is that because we're changing our session, right, and the session is this session extends default session, the default session only has name, image, and this stuff. And so we want to extend this default session with an ID and the tenant information that'll also be in the session. So I think if we make a new type file, there's a good way to do this. I'm kind of shooting off the cup here. Next-auth extend session type. That looks correct. This is interface user, maybe this one. The session has a user in it, right? So let's try this. And instead of, it's gonna have an ID, and it's also gonna have a tenant, which has an ID, and these are strings, not numbers. Okay, and then we need to tell TypeScript about this, I believe. So in our TS config, include auth.d.ts, save. Okay, did that work? It didn't look like it worked. Session, well, session has a user, and our user, this user extends the default user still. We declared our interface here though, so this user is somehow not getting picked up here. I guess I want to extend it instead of overriding it. Oh, well, that worked, I thought. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna close VS Code before we dig too deep. Thanks, Loki. Thanks for watching. And yeah, it is late in Finland. Catch up and let me know if you have any questions or any comments or anything. We're getting close to being done. I'm gonna stream for like another 40 minutes. I was hoping to get a little further, but I think there's a lot of good details here that are actually good to cover. So it is what it is. All right, restart Visual Studio Code. And that's still yelling at me. So session is now this session, and session is this session, and session is this session. If I build it, does it break? That's the question. Does next.js figure out all the types? No, did not. Okay. Not quite done yet, friends. So this is the same thing, right? Where our user, oh, we don't want the auth user anymore, do we? Now we just want the session user. So I don't think we need any of this anymore. So that'll help a little bit. So now we have a user. And the user thinks it has all this stuff. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, cool. String, null, undefined, blah, blah, blah. That's very true, actually. So in our nav bar, it's complaining that, actually what I want to do is now that I see what Shad New Eye is doing, I want to delete this, move this, and we're just going to call this navbar. So here we can do only do user.image and this, otherwise not user.image, right? Now we can do the avatar fallback, which is going to have children, and that should be the user.name, which might still be nothing. So, you know, we'll probably need something for that, but that's better. Here, this session, we're just gonna cast it for now because we know it's working. In fact, we might as well just cast this entire thing to any because we know it's working, and come back to these types in a sec. And then we don't need this because this just wasn't working at all. And then our session is doing what we want it to do. And now if we go and try and do the build, it should work. Close. Oh, our fallback and image are using useEffect, which you can't do in a nav bar here, right? So this stuff is now client components. And so we can do one of two things. We can either mark this entire thing as a client component, right? These are all client components, or we can move this into its own client. But then we kind of have like this nasty thing where I just moved this out and it broke everything. Layout, choices. One of these should be marked as used client. Well, for making this work, let's just do this. Let's mark this as used client. And then we can decide if we want to keep it like that or if we don't want to keep it like that. Run the build again. Okay. On the dev build. And refresh. Woo! That was a lot of work just to get the freaking ID of a user into their token. But it's critical because it now lets us, throughout our entire application, right, have access to that user ID. And so we can look things up by user very easily. Instead of using like the email, like that does work as a primary key because the emails are unique, but you don't want to be doing it with an email. You insert the user into your database, you get the unique ID, you want to be using its primary key to look things up by user. So we now fetch a current activity, which is probably null because we don't have anything going on. And so the new activity here, now we can do like type new activity props, and it's going to be an activity, and that's going to be an activity from Prisma. We'll just make it all optional, right? So now, whoa, new activity props, and we'll have the activity. This is going to change kind of what we're doing here based on this. I don't know if we'll be able to keep it totally as a server component. The value is going to be activity.name, or it's going to be an empty string. and that will stay the same either way. And then when we submit it, we're going to invoke a server action to create the new activity. So let's do, yeah, this is data though. It's not a form event. It's form data, use server, and we can just basically do const activity equals, yep, data, and we're gonna have a name, and it's gonna be that, and then we're gonna have, right, the start at date is gonna be right now, and we'll do what we can to make all these UTC basically, and we'll just cast this as a string because we know we'll do, you know, type equals text, so we know it's a string. And then here we can do action equals, we'll call this create activity instead. And then at the end, when we've created the activity, what we really want to do is we want to invalidate, right? We want to invalidate this route, and then it'll refresh with the new information. So let's see, we're gonna do some of this stuff. I updated these docs. I updated these. So revalidate path is what we want, I believe. Right, save to database, add item, blah, blah, blah. And then we need experimental server actions true. So revalidate path, and this is going to be just the track. And then we need next config, experimental server actions true, restart. Okay. Let's see where this explodes. Okay, should load. Should is the magic word. All right. Oop, got a billion. The server HTML was replaced with client content. An error occurred. Method expected to request async storage none available. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, this is gonna change this entire thing, isn't it? Right? Because now we have to use like user session. Oh man. Use session, then we need our session provider too. That's so annoying. Switching over. All right, well, let's just suffer through it for a second. Yeah. Okay, here's what we'll do actually. Let's do this. Let's go back. We're probably gonna have to change this up at one point, but let's just do a new avatar here, right? And we'll just take this. And toss it in, and we'll just have the user be the prop. And then this can just, import all this stuff. And this will be and then you can do this, and then this, and then this, and then that should work, and then this can be from that. So what's this challenge to set up authentication with new Next app router? I think the challenge with authentication is it's very easy to get set up in like 10 seconds, right? Like our Google provider was pretty straightforward, but then there are lots of little details that come after that that you have to get right too. And it's not clear how exactly you should do that or how exactly it works, and there's all these like little sharp edges that you have to trip through to figure it out, right? And so it's kind of deceiving in a way. So I don't know, Ronald, like I guess that's my feeling. And like there are entire services that do this, right? Like you can use Supabase's auth, or you can use like auth0, or you can use I guess that's just an IDP. Like you can just like outsource the authentication, but you still need to keep track of all like the things that make your app work with the authentication, like the sessions, and make sure the correct information is in the correct places. Okay, that is fine. We'll set changes to default value. That's good. So now if you refresh, now this works. So now we can go back to our track page, and instead of this being value, default value, and that'll be that, and then this will be this. Okay, so we should have basically for the current activity, this should be null because we have no activities in our database, right? No activities in production or locally. Local time tracker. So nothing locally. So now we should be able to create the new activity and then revalidate it and then load it. So then let's just make this let's make it required for now because we don't, well, I guess it doesn't required. Is there more error bugs? So it's app router versus page API. For next-auth, I don't think so here. This has just been a lot of like getting the session information to have the correct information, right? We're currently going to run through, we're going to have a bunch of fun problems with like where to put the client components and all this. That's going to be an ongoing challenge. But I don't think the app router at this point is causing the authentication to be, well, I guess we did have like the whole server-side session thing, so maybe that is a little harder. I don't know, I'd give it 20 to 30%. Okay, let's do live stream SaaS app and see what happens in our networking console. Nice. Okay, it needs a user ID, which makes sense. We didn't have that. But that means it ran, which is awesome. So here we should be able to do this, right? Console.log new activity with the user. But that should be, so now we can do user ID equals user ID. And live stream test that. Whoo, baby. Oh, yeah. In our local database, we have an activity that is currently running. Tenant ID is null. So that's, you know, catastrophic issue. Nice. Yeah, right. It's almost perfect, and then you see something just not right. So obviously a user here has a tenant ID, and this needs to be, I thought not null was one of those keywords, right? But I don't see it here. What is it for Prisma? Stat Prisma, not null. Oh, it should just be exclamation mark, right? For some reason, the tenant ID decided it was all optional. No, that's wrong. So activity also, no, and you don't need, yeah, okay, there we go. Doi. Okay, so let's migrate that, force relations, call it. Get rid of my hack job here. Run again. Yep. Well, we have a tenant, so delete the activity that's causing the problems because you discovered the bug. Run it again. Okay. Make sure we deploy it to production as well. Okay. And now run it all again. Okay, so refresh. Tracking our time. So now we have nothing in our database locally, right? Live stream at start. User ID. Oh, did it delete everything in my database? No, that's correct. User 5B. I'm still here. Hello, I'm still here. Unknown argument user ID. Did you mean user? Argument for user data is missing. What happened to my route? Create. Args. Activity create. Data. Data. Oh, I see. They forced it now to be this shouldn't create this though, right? Yeah, we want that, right? And then tenant, same thing. Do it again. Remove that. Do it again. Nice. Refresh once again. Got our user, got our tenant, got our activity. Name starts at, no end date, and everything is properly connected. And I think, right? Okay, nope. So now if I refresh, it should populate that with what it's currently doing. Apparently that's not working. Oh, well, we don't have this set up, right? So now we can just do activity equals, right, current activity. you're not happy because why? Because it might be null? It might be null. That's okay. Well, that's okay. Okay, now. Nice. So now, what are you currently working on? When you refresh the page, it populates it with the live stream SaaS app. And so we can build a new client component now for this little section here, which will say like how long you've been working on this. And that'll need to be, we'll use like the date stuff so it can like update in real time to be like, oh, you've been working on this for, you know, a little bit instead of just show it. But we can do it just real quick, getting towards the end of the stream. So new activity is this and this and this. So we want like a new const, we'll call it time, right? And so type time props, and we'll say start at, and it's a string, remember, because it's coming from the database. So these are time props. And so now const, make it a date, and then const now, and then we will just return the diff, which I think I can just do const elapsed and get that. This will be elapsed in seconds or milliseconds or whatever. So what we want to do, not really hours, we want to local time string, right? Let's see if it can figure this out. No. There's a new API for this. Java script duration date API. Might be temporal is what I'm thinking of. I really want just like JS to local string duration, right? I don't want a date. I want a duration. I don't want the time. Duration format. Nice. So we'll do this. We can go really short. Duration format does not exist. How new is this API? All right, we'll come back to that, I guess. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Chrome. Thanks for just not supporting that at all. So we'll just do seconds, that's fine. So now this should have a time which will refresh. But we only want to show it, right, if there's an activity. Because otherwise we just We don't need it to do anything. So time start at, oh, you say you're a date, but, well, maybe you're, no, you can't be a date. All right. Look at that great duration. And as we refresh, the duration increases. So, you know, not the greatest of things, but what we do have here, right, is we successfully started this. And then I guess we should have this be stop, shouldn't we? So now we can do, right, activity. The text will be stop. Otherwise, it'll be start. Okay, we're getting there. So what are you working on? Live stream. This is how long it is, right? And then we can click start or stop. And then depending on what we do, right, create activity, which really we can now just name, right? We can do start activity. And then we can have an async function stop activity. Use server. And now we can just basically do all of the same stuff. Now there's two ways we can do stop activity, right? We can either say pass in the activity ID as one of the inputs, like a hidden input, or look up what the current activity is for the user and stop that. The second one, though, has some problems if you're changing the activities in multiple places. Imagine, right? Imagine if you started on your desktop, started one activity, walked away, stopped it on your phone, started a new activity, and then came back to the desktop and it still said you were doing the first activity. And then you clicked the stop button. It wouldn't actually stop that activity. It would actually look up in the database your current activity and stop that, which is probably the most unexpected thing to have happen. So let's put it as a hidden input instead. What is it? Yeah, that's close to what I want. ID and the activity ID, right? So now this only matters, it can be an empty string. It only matters when we're doing the stop activity. So now you can do await Prisma activity update where ID equals pulling the data, form data, ID get ID as string, and then we're going to set ends at to be now. And so now this will stop the activity, we'll revalidate the path, and because there will be no current activity running, this should disappear. So let's refresh. Looks good. What are you working on? Going up. Stop. Oh, we need to do this too. Activity. We need to change what we're sending in. Refresh. We probably might have multiple activities now in our database. Just check that. Yep. Okay. Now we have two. Let's delete one of these because we're not supposed to have two running at the same time. Although I guess, is that bad? Yeah, Ronald, right? Like, when you start thinking about multiple devices under the same account connected in and changing stuff, you want to be a little careful with like what you're doing behind the scenes. I think we're doing this correctly, where we're going to save the activity state in the app itself, so we're not changing things unexpected on the server. Okay, so now when we click stop, come on, that's pretty sweet. So in our database now, we have an ends at time. So we have a start and an end. So we can calculate when this thing started, the duration. We'll be able to list them out here during daily activities. We can have a weekly view, and then we can have as many things going here as we want. And we can just do test and start. And it's been going for 24 milliseconds. So this is definitely in milliseconds, right? And then we can stop. All right, well, you might not be as excited as I am, but I am technically at a place now where I can record what I am currently doing and save it to my user account. And I can't see that information anywhere, and I can't look it up, and I can't report on it. But this is pretty good for 4 hours of work. We have our authentication. Let's get this deployed to production. All right. I'm just going to call it feature time tracking. Woo! I don't know if that's a goodbye or what, Fuji-san, but thank you for showing up. I have had a great time. Let's get this out to prod and make sure it correctly deploys. And then I can run through the same thing in production potentially. But yeah, like this has been one session here building this sort of. We have our track page. We'll have to do the report page sometime in the future. And then we have everything else that we have to do, right? There's still a lot of iterating to do the track page, to make sure we can like get our activities daily, weekly. Someone mentioned Pomodoro timers, which might be fun to do. Get our profile page. You need to be able to like sign out. Teams, roles, billing. It goes on and on and on. We're not going to go super hard in massaging some of the user interface here, right? We're not going to try and make it perfect. I think what flawless noobs say, right? Like make it work, then make it pretty later, you know. So we're gonna get through and make the feature here work a little bit more. It's to a point where I can almost use it. We'll have to add in a little more CRUD functionality, but we're also, you know, flexing our muscles on the new app router. We're really kind of getting into some of the pros and cons and figuring out some of these small bugs and stuff. All the code is available on the blog and my website, so check that out if you want the code to follow along. You can also, of course, go to the Time Tracker app itself. So here we are on the Time Tracker. This is production, right? The Vercel app. And we're going to have to figure out these bugs. Error a code in the server component render. Well, we'll have to figure out that one. Cannot read properties of undefined reading ID on the track page. On the track page, do you give me a line number, Vercel? Yeah, but it's in JavaScript. JavaScript 623. Doesn't really help me. Okay, so one of these activities, this should, I might need to make a new session actually, because my session token might not have all the information in it. Let's try that. Let's try that first. Okay, maybe that was the issue. Completed my first live stream. Yeah, so it was just a leftover session token. And then I can stop it. And it disappears into the void, but we know we have it. Thanks, Merrick. Yeah, you know, functional first, then make it awesome later. Time trackers are probably not the most exciting things, but if you need to track time, you know, you probably don't want to be doing it in an Excel spreadsheet all the time. So we are live in production. We have no bugs now. It works. So our code is great and our workstation is clean, right? Always like to have everything good, everything committed. We ran through and did quite a bit today, but we're going to pick this up on Thursday and we're going to run through and we're going to finish the track page, or at least add more content to it so we can track, make updates to entries, see our daily entries, and then probably go forwards and backwards in a day. And then maybe also expand that to what we did each week. And then we'll start adding in the reporting. And then after that, we'll be able to kind of jump into, I guess I can go full face again. We can jump into building out the other perfunctory stuff. Hey, thank you, Fuji-san. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Everyone who joined the chat, asked questions, everything. I loved seeing you here. I loved interacting with you. This has been a lot of fun. I'm going to do this next Thursday. I will get the live stream placeholder up. Thanks, Dimitri. And so you can see just what time it is. And then, of course, if you don't catch me live, feel free to just watch the stream and ask any questions that you have. I'll be happy to answer them. And yeah, we'll kind of go from there. We'll keep building on this. Feel free to sign up and click around. I'm going to go rotate some secrets so we didn't leak everything to the internet. Until next time, I will see you guys later. Bye.